Alrighty, kids, good evening. Happy fucking Tuesday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening so far, guys. New patch is out for Dead by Daylight, and we're going to be playing that tonight. In the dibs, probably going to be playing Nemesis. Maybe we'll switch to Doctor. We'll see. Reassurance is out with all that entails. Good. Looking to see if there's more information on Vcash here, and there's literally no mention of it, so... kind of weird. Kind of sort of weird, considering how much hype is surrounding 3D Cash from the enthusiast community. We took a look on... Tails in Trouble, that's just clickbaity. We took a look at the Gamer Nexus take on the 5,000 or 7,000 series that's coming out. Basically just news. That's all it was news. But yeah, delisted. Probably means that they can't actually post benchmark numbers, though, is my guess. So we'll probably take a look at that, but I'm pretty sure it's just clickbait. All it is probably thermal measurements, and they can't release the actual benchmark numbers until later on, so... not really that big of a deal. Well, good evening, guys. Take a peek here.
Hey everyone, so we just did an AMD news announcement video about these, and now we're going to show you one of these delidded. I'm going to talk about some of the CPU physical design. This is going to be a pretty short video that overviews some of what you're looking at between these two pieces. We'll talk about why they design it the way they do, and then you check out the news video for more information. But we're still on the road here traveling, so
all the markings are etched off.
Pretty quick, but hopefully fairly unique content piece for you to check out for the new Ryzen 7000 stuff. Before that, this video is brought to you by Linode. We've used Linode for our own hosting for about link in the description. The actual availability of those is September 27th. Check out our news video for full
Not interested in that, guys. Interested in 3D Cash variant.
This is the piece that we got a hold
Vcash
of,
variant, not 3D Cash.
and it's not even technically delidded. It's almost as if it was never lidded to begin with. Because this is the cleanest IHS I've ever seen. And so if we take a closer look here,
it's almost like it was never on in the first place and that was given to him.
I really quickly want to shout out Der Bauer as well on YouTube, where Der Bauer or Roman has a delidder he is currently developing, and I can't say any more about it right now. He's still in the development phases, but if you wanted to delid one of these on your own at some point, my understanding is he's going to have a tool available and a video out for you soon, so go check it out. All right, so first of all, the CPU, everyone's already seen this sort of spider leg design where the IHS has it's 8 different sort of outcroppings coming out of the IHS. IHSs like this are nickel-plated copper, and then they use other platings inside to make the soldering easier. We'll talk about that soon. You can see that these small devices, so these surface mount devices that are flanking it, which we commonly call SMDs, those small surface mount devices are resistors, capacitors, things like that, and it looks like an awful lot on the surface of the CPU if you're used to looking at, say, an Intel CPU. But if we look at the back of this one, you can see that the new AMD CPUs, since they are LGA or land grid array instead of pin
so
array,
all those that are the resistors, capacitors are normally on the back are on the front now.
The CPU. So you look at the back of any
I guess it is a way of saving space, which are the cutouts.
AMD ones actually, you're gonna see all the caps and resistors down in the middle.
And make it overall smaller.
This one is just the pads, and because it's just the pads, that means that the actual size of this is called the substrate. The substrate is smaller, and therefore
here every day, guys.
The socket and the motherboard is
every
smaller.
day.
So there's some benefit there where
like 10 high-paid jobs in one, guys.
Plus the actual CPU physically reduced by moving all of these SMDs to the front side. So it's a bit of a cheat there, where they've worked around one.
They're totally going to get full of schmoo, though. They're going to get full of shit from thermal grease and stuff. I don't know if it'll matter.
Get all these on the
but
side,
definitely can see that being an issue.
Your IHS mounted in a way that
goober their heat sinks is going to spill over the edges and get them full of shit. Even unintentionally,
like the one
you could be trying to be super clean and still get them full of shit.
Another thing you could do to work around this is with like the Intel approach would be to increase the pin density Increasing the pin density is a bit of a different challenge because then you're putting a lot more pins in a smaller area.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily easy to do. So this was AMD's way out, and it's got some benefits. One of them is that because the IHS is able to maintain this smaller square size, it allows for wider cooler compatibility. So since this is more similar or maybe even exact, I don't have the normal Ryzen CPUs to measure, but since it's closer to what we're used to, existing coolers will fit on this pretty cleanly, and they're backwards compatible. The motherboards, that is, with the older coolers, as long as you buy the mounting kits. This, by the way, is a dead chip. Before anyone is concerned about the handling here, this is a mechanical sample only. It does not work. My understanding is it was killed in overclocking.
Surprise.
So
Good evening,
let's talk
Sandra.
about the inside a little more. So for the inside of this thing, you can see that the SMDs do actually align with where the IHS is. We'll get a low angle shot of this because actually what's happening is in these gaps in between the legs here, the IHS is almost floating over the SMDs so that it can accommodate them. That is not for heat or anything like that. It's simply to accommodate the extra height of the SMDs and let them fit under there. I think Roman in his video will show you where they're
I don't really have a plan. A lot of anime movies that are based on TV series are for fans. They don't really provide new content or interesting things. They're just there to wet your whistle, so to speak, if you're a fan of the series. So generally speaking, I won't watch movies. I won't watch OVAs from anime. Yeah.
So
the new Dragon Ball series is supposed to be coming up. There's a new after Super continuation of Super. Dragon Ball. Maybe, let's see. There's a lot of Dragon Ball movies, by the way. Yeah, and that's the one you're talking about, Superhero, is my guess. Super is pretty good. Obviously, Dragon Ball's from an earlier generation. I consider it to be an OG. I don't hold it up to generally the same standards of modern stuff, but I think Super actually, compared to modern shonens, I think it held its own. There's supposed to be a new series coming out. It's not a full reboot, but a continuation. It's not announced yet. They're talking about it. 18. Like it's not on here yet, so maybe it's not official. Or it doesn't have an official release date. New Dragon Ball series. 2023. Next year. 5 years. So they have 5 years of manga to catch up on because they kept producing the manga after Super finished. They caught up with the manga and then they let it fall. Which I'm not against, by the way. I fucking hate what they did with Bleach and Naruto, where they just drug things out super, super long. Dragon Ball, I think the best, just like they did with Full Metal Alchemist, just like catching up to the manga and then just following it. So just don't produce anymore for, 5 years or whatever, and then you have a bunch of manga that you can go, because anime generally covers manga a lot faster than they can produce it. It's usually like 3 or 4 times faster, except for One Piece, and that's one of the reasons that One Piece drags so much, is because it's like 1 chapter per episode, I think it is. It's insanely slow. Insanely slow. And on top of it, the animation budget was hoard, or just the animation in general was hoard. Excuse me, animation in general was hoard up until episode 900. That's a long commitment to expect people to watch. It's a lot of time. What was it, like 900 times like 15? So 9 450, 225 hours. That's like what? Like 10 days of watching straight, which you can't expect people ever to do. It's like a full month of just watching like 8 hours a day. Yeah, it's not worth it. It's and the shitty thing about it is so spread out that you can't just recommend people like skip the filler. The filler is ingrained in the actual anime so much that you get like there's like 5 minutes. Someone would have to literally go through and edit everything. There's like literally like 5 minutes of actual content per episode that's worth watching, and then the other 10 minutes is filler, and then there's like 5 minutes of just fucking opening, ending. Actually, more than that, like 7 minutes of opening, ending, recap, all sorts of shit. Especially prior to 900. Prior to 900 is horrid. I've watched all One Piece. I caught up with it this year. I stopped at episode like 700 years ago. I don't even know if it was 700. That's just where I picked up, or 800. That's just where I ended up picking up. Because I kind of watched it a little bit and then I stopped because I lost interest in it again. And then I started watching. A lot of the arcs in One Piece are fucking boring as shit too. Um, it started getting really good in One Cake Island, which is, well, it was pretty good early on. The beginning of the series, up until about the NES lobby and Skypiea, was where it kind of just dropped off and just became fucking horrid. And the animation also dropped off and became horrid. And then it picked up again at Big Mom's arc, I think it is. Big Mom, or One Cake Island or something like that. It's like episode 800-ish, 790, 800-ish. That was pretty good, but the animation was still shit. And then the animation got better around episode 900. So I guess if you have a lot of time to burn, you could, but there's better things to watch than One Piece, to be perfectly honest. I've just watched all the good anime in existence, so there's really, like, I was out of options as it turns out, and I'm waiting currently on, I just caught up with picking up your girlfriend in a dungeon, I think it is. Yeah, I'm waiting on the current season 4. It was all right. Nothing super spectacular there. Overlord, I'm waiting to catch up on too. Overlord is mainly fan service, not really that great. This is, however, something I've been looking forward to. Made in Abyss is what I consider one of the best animes in existence. This is the second season of it, and apparently the person that makes it draws incredibly fucking slow, insanely slow. This is probably what I consider. I don't normally pick and choose what the best anime is, in my personal opinion. I think there's a lot of really good anime, but I think personally, just Made in Abyss is just one of the best animes I've ever seen. It combines elements of shonen, seinen, Bildungsroman, so kids coming of age growing up, and not just growing up where like they're just underage, but rather they come to terms with adult things that happen to them. Not talking lewd things, although I think maybe there is some of that, but rather just life is not all roses sort of ordeal, right? Your hopes and dreams as you grow up become crushed, right? That's just the way life works. It just takes a hammer to your hopes and dreams as you get older. But yeah, it's like coming to terms with their adolescent views of reality and how that they're always living in a protected garden, metaphorically and also physically in the series. And getting stronger. Of course, there's some shonen elements to it as well, but dealing with emotions and feelings and things that they had no idea was actually going to happen to them. Yeah, it's really good. Dot Hack is old school. I was never really into it. It always struck me as a really weird series. It was like kind of like a precursor to Sword Art Online. I think Sword Art Online does what Dot Hack does a lot better. That's really old. Even back when I watched it, I don't think it was really that fantastic. I remember it kind of makes you feel weird and kind of angsty, and not a lot happens in it, and what does happen in it sometimes doesn't even make sense. But yeah, I would definitely Made in Abyss. So this is the second season. Made in Abyss, though, I would definitely say is one of the best animes I've ever seen. There's a couple I hold a lot of, not a lot. There's over my years of over decades of watching anime. There's quite a few that have been above the norm, been above more than above average, and they're in my must-watch anime list below, which is very infrequently updated. But I would personally say, out of all the animes I've watched, this is probably one of the best, and it's very short, unfortunately. I've been waiting for it. 2017. That's 6 years, 5 years ago. That's pretty. Yeah, that's basically when anime died. It's like when all the animes finished airing was like right around 2017, 2018, and then we didn't have anything good coming out. All we had is like shit like My Hero Academia, which all the kids think is amazing, but that's because they didn't watch Naruto or Bleach when they grew up. Once again, Bleach and Naruto, their filler arcs kind of shit, but everything else is pretty spot on. And Hunter x Hunter, I think, finished airing in 2017 too. There's a lot of really good animes that it all just dried up right around 2017, 2018. And then we just had a dearth of good anime. It just wasn't anything. My Hero Academia, not very good. You have, what is it called? Isen, Demon Hunter, Demon Slayer. Yeah, the kids are all for that. I don't know the Japanese name offhand. The kids are all for that shit. The animation quality is really good, but as far as the shonen goes, it's actually not that great. Uh, I'm personally not super into that, but animation quality is top notch, so there's that going for it. Yeah. Has anyone done it? No. Yeah, you could totally do that, but the problem is when it comes down to having so when you turn the problem with live action is when it goes into fantasy, the world of fantasy, you need to have really good CG, and if you don't, it makes everything look like shit. And unlike anime, where you can basically make an anime on almost any budget, the animation quality is going to suffer, but you still get drawn into the world. When it comes to live action, when you have a shit budget, your anime, your CG, whatever you use for superpowers is going to become much worse, and it's going to be noticeable. It's going to look horrid. It's going to look like a '90s movie, like Mortal Kombat '90s movie sort of shit. And that doesn't like it ruins your immersion. So while you can do something like Star Wars, and Star Wars obviously just doesn't even have like a lot of TV series and movies have really good CG, but they don't have a story anymore. Well, you could have a really good story. It doesn't really. It's not really possible to do a fantasy or sci-fi that's generally limited by the size of your budget. And well, there's some series like I mentioned, like Star Wars, that has really good CG. It doesn't fucking matter because the story's shit, right? But even if you have a really good story, if you have fantasy elements, they aren't going to be believable because it's live action, right? You need to have in order to blend reality with CG really well. You have to actually. My light bulb will eventually go out, guys. Don't worry. The LED will eventually burn out. I'm just waiting on it. I'm just waiting on it. It's tried and true, guys. That LED light bulb's been in there for like 5 years, 6 years. It's been in there a while. Just give it time. It'll eventually burn out. But yeah, I think it's possible. Has it ever been done? No. Yeah. Well, I don't even know if it's ever going to be possible. Like maybe years in the future from now, like when like special effects can easily be done. I mean, we kind of have that on TikTok, right? With filters, right? They're kind of be done, but it's not anywhere in any way, shape, or form uh, movie writing, right? It's not something someone could sit down and go, "Wow, this is really believable." So it might eventually happen where we can have like AI assisted special effects being added relatively easily, but I don't know if it'll happen in my lifetime. It's just not anytime soon. Well, it is. It has become cheaper. As I was thinking exactly that, it has become cheaper. Like in your '90s, for if you are an independent filmmaker, you can afford Mortal Kombat '90s CG in your film. Yeah, but that's still pretty shitty, right? But that's Mortal Kombat was like a triple A movie. That was like they spent a lot of money on it. What's the budget on Mortal Kombat? Mortal Kombat movie. No, no, there it is. If you're an indie filmmaker, 20 million is kind of outside of your budget. That's not even that much. They spend a lot of more on other films, but yeah, it's in '95. It's become cheaper. It's and a lot cheaper, but it's still not like as CG has become cheaper, our expectations of good CG have improved. So even if you have Mortal Kombat CG, which was bleeding edge at the time, it's not going to look good today. It's not going to be believable today. So yeah, one of the downsides to doing live action is, and it's one of the reasons that anime is such a good format, is because you are literally limited by your budget if you're trying to do fantasy or sci-fi. There's only so much you can do without a budget. You have to do CG and you have to do set building. You can't use like stuff from real life because it doesn't look believable in a sci-fi world, right? You have to do a lot of set building and obviously a lot of outfits. It's much more expensive doing fantasy and sci-fi in live action than just anything else. Yeah, the characters change completely in Made in Abyss for sure. It's a very good film for a lot of different, very good TV series for a lot of different reasons. Waiting on that to finish airing. I think they're about halfway done here. End of September. Can't wait. I don't talk about this a whole lot because I don't want people like you just get some assholes in my stream that just want to spoil stuff for me. This is, by the way, Made in Abyss is generally nothing talk when people talk about good anime on Twitch, it's usually like just whatever's airing on Cartoon Network, which is like Demon Slayer. They don't really talk about like kind of the stuff in Japan. This is very, very good though. I've watched a lot of anime and a lot of shit anime too. I haven't caught up on JoJo in a while. JoJo's not super fantastic, but it's interesting. Like, has its own level of fan service. This is the continuation of the series I watched before. This is all right. There's some rabid fans for it, but it's not super amazing. It's like Sopranos or Mob fantasy, I guess you could call it. Life, yeah. Interesting. Anyways, we're watching this.
Nickel plating, so that's what this coating is, the silverish one. You might say the nickel colored one. And then you have underneath that just the copper. And on the other side you have nickel plating. And for the center patch here we have a gold plating. You also see gold plating here. There's not any on the IO die. So for this chip, what you're looking at is 2 core complex dies. So these are the chiplets that contain the CCXs, the CCDs, and that would be where all of your cores are, your cache, everything like that. This larger die, many of you may already know because this is the same as it's been for years now, is the IO die, and it could also serve as a chipset in some of the, like an A320 type of board if it were compatible, but this one's not. So that's the construction. Now I have a great quote from Der Bauer explaining why the gold is used the way it is, so we're just going to read that straight from him. Der Bauer said to me, quote, regarding the gold coating, there is the aspect that you can solder indium to gold without the need of flux. This makes the process easier, and you don't need aggressive chemicals on your CPU. Without the gold coating, it would theoretically also work to solder the silicon to copper, but it would be more difficult, and you would need the flux to break the oxide layers. So that explains the coating.
Yeah.
Now, they do coating on the IO die as well, just not on this one because it's a dead or an engineering CPU or whatever. The only other stuff on here, I mean, you can see some remnants of Captain tape there, that piece of tape. That tells me that this was probably in the XOC lab. I think that's where it came from. And there's some solder pads around the edges here that are unpopulated currently on this one. Maybe they'll be used in another. And other than that, I mean, this is pretty much how they all look, except some of the CPUs are going to miss one of these chiplet dies.
So this is a hype building piece. This probably wasn't even a working sample to begin with.
And that's it. So if you buy
Probably not even dead. It just never. It's just like a dummy. Sometimes they'll use dummy chips like this in order for them to fit into certain
as for actually
for heat sinks and such, so
truly
manufacturers can use it for measurements.
This one will be pretty tough to work with.
The
so
manufacturer will make a bunch of them and ship them to manufacturers.
Put little dots of a silicone adhesive, like a black adhesive, on each one of these things. So instead of the older Intel way where they surround the entire thing with silicone adhesive, it's only going to go on the feet here. And silicone adhesive is one of the main barriers that reduces performance, but it's also necessary if you want to sell the CPU in the market to people who can just plug it in and use it. If you're delidding it yourself, you want to remove all that adhesive because what the adhesive does, obviously, keeps the IHS on the substrate.
They have a couch in front of their blanket now. They use their blanket in their last video.
It also adds a barrier, and that barrier introduces a height difference that you need to close with paste or with solder or with, as Intel calls it, stim. And so anytime you can get rid of a barrier and bring down the cooling layers, like a cold plate and then or a heat spreader and then a cold plate, you're going to improve the performance. So they don't have too much silicone adhesive on this, and it is going to be a huge pain in the ass to get it off though. So if you were to delid this yourself, the way you'd have to do it is probably heat it up with a heating element of some kind safely.
Doesn't look like you can use a razor blade
out
anymore.
The silicone adhesive, and
like going around the edges would be very easy to hit the diodes, the resistors. The new ones, what they have is they actually have like not a shim, but like a
and then you'd be in there,
bracket or a holder, and they put it in there, and it's like they use like vice action to split it apart.
The razor blade did not cut them because you could run without one, but it just depends which one it is. Other than that,
the delidders nowadays are pretty advanced compared to what you used to have to do.
I guess some extra effort there. There's no labeling on the surface of this one yet, but they will have the CPU labels on them eventually. And that's pretty much it.
I highly doubt this is even an engineering sample. It's probably just a dummy chip.
I don't have a motherboard. And 2, they killed it in the XOC lab. So I'm hoping that's good news for extreme overclocking. so we can get some liquid nitrogen and do some more of that with the new CPUs. But there's your first look from us of a delidded Ryzen CPU. And check out Roman's channel. He'll do another probably a little more deeper dive on one of these because I think he has a functioning chip, so he's going to test if he can delid it without killing it. But that's it for this one. Thanks for watching, as always.
Like, there's no markings at all on their engineering sample, even no markings on them,
like this
so they
for
can track
shows
them.
and events. Go to store.gamersaccess.net, grab something like a mod mat, a toolkit, or a coaster pack. Our current coaster pack is almost sold through. We don't have plans to reorder that design anytime
Good,
in the
interesting.
immediate future.
I know this is just going to be a hype piece. That's going to happen, but I was kind of curious if there be any extra information there. Let's see. Uh-oh. I Googled the definition of feminist. Dave Chappelle. Good. 7,000 is not what I expected. This is just a recap. It's not even any interesting information on it. This is just basically a recap of the press statement. Press material. Oh my god, Smarter Every Day. We haven't watched Smarter Every Day in forever. Apparently we missed some of them because I was looking at his channel the other day. And I actually saw some videos we didn't watch. I don't really watch Smarter Every Day. Yeah, we didn't catch up on this at all. I don't know, I missed out on these. Somehow they dropped off my feed. Let's take a look at this. Smarter Every Day is pretty fantastic, guys. It's a guy who does research, generally does research on cool and interesting things that happen around you. First-hand research, I guess you could call it.
This is an absolutely preposterous tractor, and it's pulling something.
There you go. Try Rumbleverse. I was looking at it.
If you're to watch what's called,
if you're in like to battle royales, I'd consider it. But since I'm kind of on my DVD stint right now, I didn't really look at it. It definitely looks like a different take on battle royales. I've been watching some of the smaller streamers play it off. There isn't really a whole lot of viewership in it though either. So what you'll see is the breakdown of viewership is actually very, very poor. It's mainly just in the big channels that always have the same sort of viewership. So the potential for new viewers in your channel is very, very minimal. I don't think it's possible to stream it. Oh, it's getting better. This used to be a lot worse, but you can see some of the bigger streamers come on and then there's a lot more viewers. But even here, it's like all in the top 4 or 5 channels, majority of the viewership. Then it drops off pretty hardcore. Not really that many people playing it, or watching it, excuse me. The way Twitch works, maybe in the future. I don't know, I still think right now if I was going to play Battle Royale, I'd probably play Apex, though.
called a tractor pull because it's awesome. The winner is whoever pulls this sled the farthest before getting bogged down in the dirt. Let's learn about this incredibly complex physics problem from people you wouldn't expect. Let's go get smarter every day.
Good.
Hey, it's me, Destin. Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. This is my buddy Chris. I'm gonna just stop him and see what's going on. So what are you doing?
Just moving barricades from one tractor pull to another.
Is this where the tractor pull is gonna be?
This is
No,
Redneck
it's where it used to
Entertainment.
be.
These are
This
all
is
over
the
the
old
place up
Tanner
here in
tractor
Wisconsin, by the way.
Okay, where's it going to be?
Moulton, Alabama.
So we're moving it from Tanner to Moulton.
Essentially, yes.
You're literally building a tractor pull from the ground up using all the stuff they used to do, right?
Correct.
All right, Chris is off the forklift now. What's a tractor pull?
Different classes of tractors, so they're built to different specifications. Pull a sled that's going to be set to the specifications for that class.
And the sled, like, it's just friction on the dirt?
Right.
So, like, the furthest distance wins.
Yes. I mean, it's their hobby. They do this instead of bass fishing.
Really?
They're deer hunting. They're owning a deer camp.
Really?
That's what they do. They get out here.
True
and
story.
run a
People have all
$100,000
different sorts of
tractor
hobbies,
and let it
whatever
go down
floats
the
your
track.
boat.
And then once you plow up the dirt, you got a whole crew that just
Yeah,
fixes
there's
the
a-
dirt
there's a
back up.
crew
Tractor
on
pulls are
site
pretty
that will
expensive
put it
machines,
back
though, the tractors
together
they use.
between each pull.
So to learn about
Almost like race
the
cars.
sled part of a tractor pull, I drove 3.5 hours to Gibson, Tennessee. Are you Brian?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Destin. Nice to meet you, man. You know where Jim is?
Around there somewhere.
Is he? All right. He got the tractor sled?
Huh?
Does he have the tractor sled? He doesn't? Who does that?
I do.
You do that? He said I could come up and talk to somebody about how it works. Is that you? Are you the guy that I should talk to about that?
Yeah. What you want to know?
I want to know how it works. I came from Alabama. Y'all are going to do a tractor pull down in Moulton on Saturday, and I want to come see how it works. He said I could come video see if I can figure it out.
Figure it out.
Yeah,
What do you want to figure it out for?
because it looks complicated.
No.
Yeah? It ain't complicated? Is it out here?
No, cross through.
Oh, okay.
This guy, by the way, Destin, the host.
You know how when you meet a really smart person and they don't want you to think that they're smart? That's what just happened. And I know that.
Has talked to all different
Because I'm
sorts
from
of
the
people,
South. All right. So I'm gonna
and
go over
he's
here and see
pretty
what's up.
he's pretty
He's
good
from
with just like
across the
weird,
street.
awkward
You Jim?
silences that some people present him with.
Are you Jim?
Yeah.
Bullshitting is its own
I'm the guy that called you from
own
Alabama.
skill set,
How are you
guys.
doing?
Well, don't be telling people around here you're from Alabama.
Why is that? What will they do to me?
Well, they may not let you out of town.
I like you already, Jim. Jim, what's our carry piece today? Is that a 380? No? Maybe a 9?
380.
380. Single stack.
Have you met Brian yet?
I just met Brian, yeah.
All right.
So, is this it?
Yep.
That's pretty good. It's like these guys are kind of being assholes to him, but at the same time, he's kind of wiggling his way into their social ecosystem.
Brian, we met briefly. I'm Destin.
I'm still Brian.
You still Brian?
I'm still Brian.
All right. They're being patient with me.
Are they?
This is the sled.
Yes.
He's good at what he
Hook up
does.
to that side,
Yes.
and they try to pull you,
Yes.
and you're in that cab right there.
Yeah.
And your job is to stop them.
Yes. Okay. You get ready to roll down the track. Whatever class you're going to run, how many weights you run in there, and then this box right here run up to the front.
This box with the weights in it
Yes.
runs that way.
They run all the way up here.
So-
when the box hits this right here, it's gonna flip them or over.
Hold on. That's a limit switch. Weights are up there.
Yeah.
And they run this way,
Yeah. The whole box comes up forward.
and then when it gets right here, it hits this limit switch.
Yeah.
What does that do?
That dropped the back of the pan down on the ground.
Oh. Okay.
All right. When the box hits these arms right here,
Teeth go in.
this right here pushes in, and then it hits these cylinders back here. And then them put pressure down on it and pick the back of the sled up off the ground.
Really? Okay, so then you're
Yeah,
putting
so
more weight.
you got wedges underneath here.
Okay. We say,
It pushes the wedges in the ground.
oh, okay, it's like a plow.
Yeah.
And it's funneling.
Yeah.
It's actually capturing the dirt.
Yeah.
What controls how fast the weights move forward?
All right. I'll show you. Here's your transmission.
Okay.
All right. That rear end right there?
Oh, okay, so I actually got a turning shaft coming up into this.
Yep. This is your clutch.
Oh, that's what you're controlling.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then go through the box, through the back of the back rear end,
Uh-huh.
and that back rear end runs these chains.
Gotcha.
That tells you how fast you want the box to go up and back.
So that means this drive shaft right here is coupled with the wheels turning.
Right.
So it's a direct correlation with how far the sled moves and the wheels turn to how far the box goes.
Yeah.
So if you want to make it harder for somebody, do you go to a higher gear down here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you'll go to 5 and you'll make it run forward faster.
Yes.
Okay.
And then when you get something like something that weighs a whole lot more than we do, we can put the weights in the box, on the back of the box with the pan right there,
Right there, okay.
one on each side. You usually get them in.
Yeah, so you always win.
Yeah.
On the run night down in Moulton, will you be up in the cab?
Yep. All night.
You're gonna be the guy.
They're warming up to
That's
him.
awesome. Can I?
He
can I
wiggled
come
his
up
way
with
in there,
you
guys.
Moulton to see what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm in Moulton, Alabama, where they're getting the track ready. They moved it over from Tanner. Let's see what's going on here.
This is the hottest piece of technology right here in the tractor pulling world right now.
That right there?
It's called a rakinator. Basically, it's a heavy-duty garden rake.
Yeah.
Goes on front of a skid steer, and it helps break the larger clods down so we can pack it back.
Yeah.
It speeds up the time between pulls,
Yeah.
but it also gets things finer than what that field cultivator is going to do.
I'm Destin. Mitch?
Yeah.
This is a cultivator, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's a good one, man. Look at that. The wood grow around it.
Yeah, it's one of those that the wood comes extra.
I like that a lot. The tree tried to suck on that thing.
Okay, so I'm learning that preparing the dirt is a big part of a tractor pull. So they ripped it up, he's packing it, and he's leveling it. So it's cutting the hot spots, so it's shaving it down. It's just got a bunch of weight in it. It's got wiggle wobble wheels on it. It's pretty firm. Okay, they're about to start setting concrete, and the purpose of the concrete is if the tractors go crazy, they gotta hit a barricade so they don't go into the stand.
What kind is it?
Chili cheese.
Chili cheese?
Mm-hmm.
Did I have too much?
No, it's okay. That's maybe you want.
Thank you. That's good, man. Have you ever been to a tractor pull?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Thousands of times.
You excited about this one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, your daddy's about to fix that one. Thousands of times? You ain't that old. What is the box of weights moving to the end of the sled? Why does that make it harder?
Because it makes them start to moor down, and it's getting harder, and then they start getting slow going down the track.
So there's more tire pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So like the weight goes on the tires, and you have more pressure. When you say mar down, what does that word mean?
It means when they sit there and their wheels are spinning in like a real fast speed.
Oh.
And they,
So you're saying like the dirt, if you have more pressure and you're turning, then the shear
will
it's-
start to sit down, and if it goes down too much, it'll sit on the axle.
So the more weight is on top, the more you're shear in the mud. And so the less weight on top.
He's adding physics
more
terms to
pull.
what he's describing.
What's your name?
Wheel.
Got another Frito?
Yes, sir.
That was actually a really good explanation, Will.
Mm-hmm.
So the more weight, the more, I'm not even joking right now, Will just explained to me why the weight box matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the more weight's on top, the more the shear stress on the mud. This is like mud, right?
Mm-hmm.
You been to a lot of tractor pulls?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is how it works.
Yes.
What do I need to know before tomorrow night?
So, you need the earplugs, and then,
Is this gonna work?
yes.
Okay, what else do I need?
And then you need a hamburger and a drink and sit down on the bleachers.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Welcome.
You know, you gotta shake my hand. That's what we do. That's how we end. No. Right hand. Right hand.
Chili
The chili cheese Frito hand. There we go. Look me in the eye. Thank you, Will. Appreciate you. Okay.
It's pretty good.
It's tractor pull day. There's Brian. How are you doing?
Like I said, he's pretty good at socializing with people, especially nowadays. With how prickly some people are. Yeah, it seems to come from like all different demographics at this point. But like how prickly some people are, he's really good at dealing with social situations. I'm pretty impressed with that. If you watch his channel, you can see him talk to all different sorts of people.
Alright. Bring it back.
Probably one of the most impressive things in the show. I mean, obviously he explains the physics, but just like his ability to socially interact with people.
Mess with him, so I'm trying to do that.
Where'd that come from? That's supposed to explain the music and what's going on.
Is this yours?
Back here on the back, basically you've got a drawbar assembly. This is your safety hitch down here. You have two hooking devices. This is the keel that actually plugs up to the sled.
Okay.
So at any time we're going down the track, if there's anything that happens to me on the tractor, the sled operator can shut me down.
This is hooked to the back of the pulling vehicle also. It's a kill switch. No matter whether it's diesel, alcohol, gas, or whatever, this thing has to kill it.
What does that go to on the other side? Does it pull a fuel valve?
That's the air intake. Air is what makes the diesel engine run.
Yes,
so
sir.
when you pull this cable, it shuts my air off, so my engine stops.
As the weight comes down the sled, it's going to apply more weight
They have a
to
kill switch.
the tongue right here on your
On
drawbar.
the drawbar, it's going to put more pressure on that,
Pretty cool.
more resistance to pull.
Okay, so you start slipping? Is that the first thing that happens?
The more weight that gets on the back end of the tractor, the more these bite. The more these bite, the more the tractor tries to come up. And you've got to have a balancing point. If you come up too tall, you're going to get on the bottom of these skid bars.
Wheelie bar kind of deal.
Yes, sir. That's going to cause you to lose distance. If you stay stuck down, if your nose doesn't come up at all, you're too heavy on the front. So it's a balancing act. So we'll go out there tonight and we'll look at that track and we'll feel the dirt and we'll get an idea of what kind of weight we want. And then probably based on what I've already seen tonight, these 4 weights will go to the front. And there'll be no weights on the back.
Okay, so Why is your drawbar not higher then?
We have a limit. We can only run 20 inches.
Okay.
That's a rule.
That's a rule.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. And so if your axle was below that spot right there,
Oh, it'd be crazy. Yeah.
you would keep hooked. You'd stay hooked up, wouldn't you?
This is what regulates and keeps the class fair. Everybody has to run a 20-inch drawbar.
Oh, there's so much physics here, man. How do you steer? Because I noticed this is.
Well, most of the time, once I leave the line, the front end's going to come up, and you drive it with the brakes.
Okay.
That's how you steer it from left
Just
to
like
right.
skid steering, just like a normal tractor.
These two brake pedals right here control it left and right.
All right. So I've got my right brake, my left brake.
Yes, sir. Then I've got a computer that's telling me everything the engine's doing. It's monitoring all my pressures and temperatures, so when I get to the back to the
Pretty
truck
complicated,
tonight,
guys.
I'll plug my laptop up to it, and I'll see how my engine was tuned and how it did.
Really? Okay. So this ain't redneck stuff. This is like nutty professor stuff.
Yeah.
Well, kinda.
It's actually turned into a
Really?
sport.
Kinda.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
But that's kind of one and the same, isn't it?
It is.
Hey, nice to meet you, buddy.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. So I'm noticing on most of them.
Probably,
they all
I mean,
have this
obviously
one
didn't
lever
start
right
that way.
here.
That's the throttle.
Does it have to be on the side for everybody?
Yes, it does, and it has to be spring loaded, and I'll show you what I mean by that.
So it's a dead man switch.
It's a safety feature. If something happens and you have, something goes wrong, when you turn it loose, it automatically goes back to an idle.
Your tread is shaved down a little tighter than most.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, this just gets a good bite on the track.
Okay.
You don't want too big a cleat on it, because if you do, it gets too much and you can't get your motor up on the RPMs that you want.
Because of rotational inertia.
Right, absolutely.
So you're balancing everything.
You got to balance it all.
So one thing I'm noticing is that the radiator seems to be on the bottom. Am I seeing that right?
No, this tractor does not have a radiator.
No, none at all.
No, this is a dry block.
How do you keep it from overheating?
You just run it that 15, 20 seconds down the track and cut it back off.
Really?
Yeah, we crank it. We usually crank it out. We've done cranked it once, warm it up, shut it back off. It will not get cranked again until right before we pull.
Really? Are you the driver?
No, my daughter drives.
Does she? Where's she at?
Right there. Annabelle, baby. Yeah, she happened. In fact, she won last weekend.
Really?
This tractor won, and my son drove the silver one. He got second.
And you drive it. Do you work
Yeah.
on it as well?
Not normally, no.
A little
Yeah.
bit, but
I
not
say
much.
some, but no, I can't do a whole lot. I don't have a lot of strength in me.
I gotta ask, how old are you, Annabelle?
I'm 22 now, but
Okay.
I started when I was 16.
Likely
driving
excuse.
this when you got your license,
Likely
right?
excuse.
Yeah,
I
pretty
don't
much.
have a lot of strength in
So the
me.
throttle's up there on the right,
Please.
correct?
Yes, sir.
So when you're pushing it forward, do you just slam it forward and hold it, or are you throttling it to kind of manage your traction?
You're trying to manage your RPMs for the most part. You are pushing it so far until you get it to a certain point. in
That being
RPMs
said,
you want
race
to,
car
and then you'll
drivers generally
start
don't work
letting
on their
out
own
the clutch,
cars, so.
and the key is to
Their own
try to
vehicle.
hold it at a certain amount, but once you get going, you go full throttle once you get about, 50? Well, I normally go full throttle as soon as I let out, quite honestly.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. These roll cages are welding works of art. Look at that.
Because once you start going down the track, there ain't a whole lot you can do. The only thing you can do once you start down the track is clutch and throttle. It's about the only two things you'll be able to control, and the steering wheel, obviously. It's really about going down the track. You can adjust tire pressure, hitch height. The closer the hitch point to the center of the axle, the better you'll be. And then you've got movable weight. So there's a very fine balance there as to where you've got to be, which is why everybody wants to try to get as much adjustable weight as you can. With a big block John Deere like we've got, we're limited to that because it's so hard to get weight out of them. Where you've got like a small block like these guys, they start out with so much more movable weight than we do, so they don't really have to worry about that problem as much as we do. But it's just a constant battle with a big block. Anybody that's got one would tell you that.
So why do you have a big block?
Big blocks, it's just kind of a personal preference.
Yeah.
Everybody's kind of like asking why have you got an International or a Agco or a John Deere. You know, it's just kind of a personal preference. I always liked a 60-30. It's what my father-in-law had, and that's kind of what I fell in love with. I think that's the best looking tractor out here.
So ideally, you would be 8 inches off the ground.
You want, ideally, in a theoretical world, you'd like your front tires to be about 8 inches off the ground and never move.
Okay. That's where he wants to be?
That's a big difference, ain't it? Now, lad, you fixing to be a rich man because I'm betting on it.
What do you think is going to happen?
He's going to come up about waist high before he settles down.
What did I tell you the other day when you was at the shop?
He said you got to mess with people. He said you don't like them if they don't mess with you.
Remember, he was talking to somebody and I told you he was our clown?
Yeah.
That's me.
You're the clown.
No, he's our clown.
Oh, I got you. Oh, that was, I remember. I'm with you now.
He's our clown.
I love it. So, Financial Mistake. That's a good name.
Uh-huh.
Are you driving it tonight?
I am.
How do you feel about it?
A lot better than I did first time.
So, tell me about the adrenaline once you throw it.
Yeah. Good.
The adrenaline right before you throw it down is about like when you have a buck in your sights and you're about to pull the trigger. So you got that little knee shake going, your body's just ready. And then as you come out of it, you take that deep breath, hammer down, pull the clutch back, and you're good to go.
So, y'all got sticks.
Yeah.
What's going on here? What are you doing with that stick?
We're trying to see if it's hard or soft or what.
Trying to figure out what it is?
Probing the ground.
If it's gummy, if it.
Yeah.
How does it feel?
Probulating, guys.
For us, we pull the truck. It seems like it's a little soft right now.
Let me see. So.
That's a little soft.
That's soft. Hey, your pants are down. It's Peter.
That's actually a hilarious shirt, I'm not going to lie.
And you're the unhooker guy tonight?
I'm the unhooker guy. There may be an official term for it.
Have you ever done it?
No. This is, they're going to let me practice 3 times, and then it's to the races.
You look nervous.
Oh, you have no idea.
That's awesome.
So all the prep work was done on the track, the stands were completely packed, and it was standing room.
That's pretty good, guys.
We all said a prayer for safety, sang the national anthem, and it was time to start pulling.
All right, this is the gentleman we spoke to earlier.
It's out of Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, the 6030 John Deere called the Volunteer Deere.
To be perfectly honest, these happen all the time up here, and I've never been to one. Not really my cup of tea, but actually pretty cool.
It's hard to compute what just happened. Oh, wow.
And after this, the dance begins to repair the track and get the sled back into place and hooked up for another tractor. It was awesome.
Okay, this guy looks like he's been doing this for a long time. He looks like he knows exactly what's up.
So let's look at that run again from another angle and slow it down. You can see here that the weight box is moving up the sled until it hits the first limit switch, which drops the pan so the grousers, or the blades underneath, are now
Check out all the stress on the tires. You can literally see the tires deforming here because I don't even know if that's pressure related, but like they're bogging down. And actually, I don't know if this would lose grip.
dragging in the dirt. Then the weight box keeps moving until it reaches the end of the sled, which engages the hydraulics and pushes the pan down, putting all the sled's weight onto it and lifting the wheels off the ground. When the sled is set up correctly, it repeats the same action for every tractor as a function of distance. On this one, you can really see the moment that the pan is pushed into the ground and the sled wheels come up off the ground. Okay, so let's think about what's happening with the tire cleats as they interact with the dirt itself. Now, the thing that determines traction is you're trying to shear a little section of the dirt off the track. And so that right there is your shear force. And that shear force is what determines if you have traction or not. If you shear that dirt off, it's just gonna rotate around with the tire and you're gonna dig in down to the axle. So if you think about the height of the hitch on the back of the tractor in relation to the height of the axle off the ground,
He's explained this and talking about this earlier.
Applied, and you're balancing that with the weight of the tractor. So if you get it just right, you'll be popping a wheelie, woo-hoo-hoo-hoo, woohoo, but you don't want to flip the tractor over. So according to the drivers, there's an ideal wheel height above the ground that tells them they're perfectly balancing the torque, the engine speed, the weight, the friction, everything. It's very complicated. So when you see these crazy tractors going down the track, you might think it's about seeing how much muscle you can put in your tractor, but what it's really about is properly balancing the muscle that you have and getting that to translate into traction power at the wheels. Okay, let's go back and look at the sled now. Now the sled, if we put the weights on here, it's got all the weight pushing against these grousers here on the bottom, and they also are going to shear the dirt down here. Now if we look at the top view here, the contact patch of dirt that the wheels are touching on the ground looks like this right here, right? But if we go back to the sled, those grousers are contacting way more dirt. They may even be going deeper. So if you compare the dirt shear area for certain tire geometries, the sled is always going to win. Now the next question is, how do they measure the distance to see who wins? And the answer to that is this person way over here who uses math and lasers to figure out that number. Let's go meet that person.
We're surveying equipment, but that's how we take our measurements. Pinpoint exactly where they start, exactly where they stop. It'll triangulate everything and get the exact measurement.
It's not the readings on the side of the track.
Are you doing a reflection on there or where? Right over the hook point. Oh, the reflector? Yes, right over the top. That's what I'm shooting. Distance 268,518. So my wife is really pretty in cowboy hats. I'm going to show you how pretty she is.
I don't think I've ever seen his wife on his channel. A lot of water, guys.
You ready? All right, here goes Annabelle. That's her dad.
Please don't DMCA me, Twitch. I believe in smarter every day and it's picking music. We'll see though.
She did pretty good, didn't she? How'd she do?
Got the lead right now.
Huh? She's got the lead?
Yeah, 302, I think.
You happy with it?
Oh yeah, let's see if we get this other one right straightened up.
Yeah.
All right, so you're frustrated.
I'm beyond frustrated.
Okay, so that didn't go well, right?
Not the way we planned. I am not happy at all.
I noticed you went off to the left. What happened?
So sometimes depending on the track conditions and the pull of the motor, how much torque you've got, it'll pull to one side or the other. So we started pulling to the left. And
You think, with the way this works, guys, you would think, because you obviously have no steering in the front, right? You think you'd have some sort of differential where you could independently control the torque you're applying to each wheel. I don't know maybe if that's a thing or not, but even, I guess how much does steering really even matter, right? If you set it up wrong in the first place, is it going to really matter? And then it's just added weight. So maybe it's just complicated, something that's complicated and they don't want to deal with it. Because obviously the front wheels don't do anything, but if it was like a tank, right, where you're independently controlling how much torque you're applying to each wheel, you could make slight adjustments to it to correct for stuff like this. But once again, it looks like most of them don't even have problems with that. So there's one guy that was talking about brakes, but it'd be hard to imagine that you could brake one wheel but not the other. I guess a differential will let you do that.
I started tapping our right brake. We have two brakes. So you tap right and it
But it doesn't seem like it works well.
You tap left, it pulls you to the left. So I tapped my right brake 3 times and it didn't pull back the way I wanted it to, and I was right on top of the boundary line.
Yeah, and then if you're correcting your forward force, right, you're gonna end up just with the worst pull to begin with. So your run's basically scrubbed if you line things up to begin with.
You go out of bounds, you get no points. If I come out of it, then at least we still get points. So I went ahead and came out of it, and we went to go crank, and it won't crank. So
Did you get points though?
we get points. As far as I know, we get points. I didn't get disqualified.
It doesn't have compression though?
It doesn't always turn over too easy. I don't know. It's just one of them things. It's mechanical and it'll break.
That's
it's made more power this year than it's ever made, and when you make more power, you tend to break more things. It's worth it. We'll fix it out, and we'll be back out.
That's awesome.
If you're watching this video,
Yeah, pretty
chances
much.
are you like freedom, and
Uh-oh.
I love freedom and privacy.
VPN
so
ad.
That's why I use
Yep.
ExpressVPN.
ExpressVPN's not actually that bad. I don't use
in
Nord.
the US.
Nord's another big one that
ExpressVPN
does advertisements. I use ForGuard though.
Sponsored for seven. When I
Best speed, best
If I
pings
put-
I've seen.
I'm incentivized to tell you that.
It's not the
So
UI's
on
not
top
as
of all
nice as
that,
other VPNs, but honestly I
actually
think it's one of the
use
best
it,
and
I
cheap,
like
one of
it.
the cheaper ones
So
too.
that's it.
Track's working right. Yes, I like it.
Cool videos.
Raising money for the community. Exactly. What do you think about Chris's tractor pull? Chris who?
All right. That's the first tractor pull in Moulton, Alabama. We learned a lot. Oh, I'm falling. We learned a lot, and I hope you enjoyed it. You saw that, didn't you? Yeah, you saw that. Almost fell. Y'all have a good night. I enjoyed it. I hope you did too. I'm Destin. You're getting smarter
Good.
every day. Have a good one.
Like his videos.
Go enjoy
They're usually pretty well thought out, guys, and he
one
tries
last
to combine
thing,
like real life.
When I was interviewing people with their tractors, those people are super geniuses. I did not want to throw away that footage because I learned so much. Smarter Every Day 2, I'll put that over on that channel. It's amazing. Go check that out. Thank you for considering subscribing to Smarter Every Day if you enjoyed this.
I know you'd have two channels. It's one of those things like if you split up your channel, maybe that's part of YouTube, where they should allow you to split up your videos better so people don't misclick on stuff that you don't want them to, and what you're published on your channel and what you're kind of more something where you have to browse the channel. I do like his videos. They tend to be well thought out, and he tends to apply physics or engineering in general to real life concepts and things that happen around you in order to make them more interesting. It's kind of like a learning channel, but also application on top of it. Pretty cool stuff. I love his videos. Good shit. Okay. Oh, by the way, guys, I finished watching Better Call Saul yesterday. I was on board the last, we're going to be spoilers here, guys. The first half of the season was very good, and then they kind of went back to catch up with reality, like where he was in real life. And the last half was all right, and then the last episode, I don't know what the fuck they were doing, and they just kind of threw it out. It wasn't as bad as season 8 of Game of Thrones, but Jimmy made some really questionable decisions, and I think it has something to do with him just trying to appease Kim. It was really fucking weird. Like, he wanted to show Kim that he was a changed person or something just to wet her whistle or something. I'm not exactly sure what was going on there. Obviously, there's some chemistry at the end there. It looked like they wanted to fuck in the jail. But, like, putting that aside, it was really fucking weird. And they didn't really explain it really well, and I mean, they're trying maybe to go for, like, a Sopranos ending or something stupid like that. I don't know. But at the end of the series, it struck me as Jimmy just doing some really stupid stuff, which he doesn't do, because he's actually a pretty smart guy, despite him being a grifter, so someone that scams people. Despite him being a scammer, he's actually a really smart guy. And at the end of the series, he just kind of does really stupid things. I mean, obviously, it seemed like he wanted to get caught at the end of the season 2, by the way. But I think that's on purpose. I think his conscience was catching up with him. But then what he did in the last episode really made no sense in any way, shape, or form. Saul Goodman? Yeah. But otherwise, Better Call Saul, very good. I would say it's maybe not as good as Breaking Bad, but it was pretty good. The end of the season, the first half was all right. The end season, the first half was all right, and the second half was eh. And then the last episode was very meh. So, I don't know, guys. That's just the way it goes. But overall, I mean, it could be worse. It could be season 8 of Game of Thrones. So, I'm not going to sit here and rant about it for 4 hours. So, like I did with season 8 of Game of Thrones. That was pretty horrid. Yeah. I even uploaded it to YouTube, even though I don't upload. I never used to upload to YouTube, so. Good stuff. Why are patents useless? They're not. Depends if you have money to enforce them. Which means pretty good. Needs repairs. Oh my god, we aren't going to watch it tonight, guys. Enough time in the podcast. Let's do an upload. We'll upload our video from yesterday. I don't think we had any highlights at all. And then... Danger... What the fuck is this? when you click on it, danger zone, delete all videos. They actually have this marked as danger zone. That's hilarious. I'm putting that aside. Yeah, we didn't have any highlights yesterday. Let's see. Doop 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 doop. Why is this not published? August 30th. Oh, this is a double upload. Thanks, Twitch. Double upload. This is the one that was actually uploaded, then Twitch uploaded it a second time for whatever reason. Alright. August 29th, guys. That is not where I want to go. Yep. It's funny because Saul Goodman. Ah, I see what you did there. Ah, ah, you're so punny. Ah. Huh. Okay. It's uploading right now, guys. I'm going to go wash my coffee mug out. We'll be right back. I should get some water, too. Oh, alrighty. Is kind of weird though. Some people do actually get angry if you upload random content to your YouTube or your channel. I remember that back when I had more people watching me. They're like, why would you do that? You know, and can't separate, like some people on Twitch feel it's so hard that they have to make a second channel to play games on because they can't do it on their primary channel. People ask you why you're not playing a certain game. You're like, yeah, man, this is my miscellaneous channel or something, right? Schedule. September 1st. Done and done. Alright, let's take a look at the Reddits, guys, and play the Div-Lib-Dibs. Cosplay fan service? Reddits? Geekbench 40% faster than 5600X. Those are not aligning with current benchmarks, but interesting. Turning on a Sakade. Wow, interesting. Let's talk about nostalgia. Lisa Sue says, Ryzen 7000 launch availability to be strong. Well, I'm sure it is because most people are going to be waiting for the 3D cache variant, V-cache variant. High inflation, sure, economy. What happened to Ryzen 3 CPUs? Ryzen 7000 series isn't including any Ryzen 3 CPUs? Not the 3000 series. They launched their lower-end chips later on, like next year. They don't launch with the high-end. They don't want people settling for less. Because they make money on their Halo products. How do you think thermal paste is supposed to be applied to new 7000 series? Someone worrying about getting on the SIMDs, I think they are, inside the chip, the capacitors, and whatever Gaming Nexus called it. Capacitors, resistors, and such. DVD Reddits, guys. Let's take a look at the launch. I don't think that much has changed. I've watched some people play Wesker. He is incredibly buggy. Yeah. If anything changed from the PTB, changes from PTB. They talked about this already. They made it harder to hit people with Whisker. But they increased his speed. Get hurt when he vaults if they're too close. Kind of nice. Reassurance got slightly nerfed. It's still going to be a big deal, which is what we're going to be dealing with tonight. I can't wait. We'll see how prevalent reassurance is and how much of an impact it makes on the games, so we can work a little bit around it, and we'll see where that goes. Huh? See. Oh, survivors! 2 new ones. Take a look at their perks again. Just to make sure I didn't miss anything. Obviously, reassurance. When another survivor loses a health state within 13 meters of your location and you are in the injured state, you benefit from the following effects. It takes 50% of your missing health progress. So if you have people coming in for body blocks, potentially, if you have 2 people coming for body blocks, you could actually get a full health state back. Which is interesting. So further discourages people from tunneling. In addition to the Decisive Strike and OTR that is already in the game that no one uses, but they should use if they're getting tunneled and camped a lot. But apparently they feel as though they are above using perks that help them, so. Can lead a horse to water, guys, but you can't make it drink. Yeah. In this case, it's a spoiled and entitled horse. He just wants his belly rubbed. I don't know, do horses enjoy belly rubs? I assume most animals enjoy belly rubs. Talked about this before, though. I think this was worse. This used to be less than this, so you'd had to have 3 body blocks before you got a full health state. But honestly, if people are doing shit like that, you could just use renewal. If you know your team's going to come in for that, you could just use renewal. But once again, not trying to help with survivors, but they should be able to figure this out on their own. There's a lot of ways to combat tunneling and camping, but they feel like they don't need to, so they don't, and then they just bitch about it. And now there's reassurance on top of it. So what I think we're going to do with reassurance tonight, guys, is if people come in for reassurance, is we're going to chase the person that does reassurance, which is going to bait and unhook behind us, and then we're going to immediately veer off and go after the guy with the gun and hooked. Which I think is a pretty good idea. And then we might need to replace one of our perks with Darkness Revealed, but we'll have to wait and see on that. And how much we lose survivors tonight. When you're a sole survivor in the trial, you lose pools of blood, scratch marks, and grunts of pain for 90 seconds. That's insane. Reason to slug for 4K. Okay. Upon completing a healing action on another survivor, they benefit from the following effects until the next time they take damage. They remove the repair effect, though. Yeah, I remember talking about this. Yeah, they remove the repair effect, so no one's going to run this. There's another perk that does this, but includes repair speed. I don't remember the name of it, though. There is reassurance. If you're hitting a great skill check while repairing it or healing, Hyperfocus gains 1 token up to a maximum of 6 tokens for each token. Following stackable effects are applied. Increases the skill check trigger odds by 4%, increases the skill check rotation speed by 4%, increases the skill check bonus progression by 30%. My guess is we're going to see a lot of people that are cheating running this because you can hit great skill checks all the time. And this basically turbocharges your cheats, and then it looks like you have an alibi, which is pretty common, is when people run a perk to make it seem like you'll see people run Dark Theory, and then pretend like it didn't made a difference in the match when it doesn't. Dark Theory sucks. My guess is we're going to see people that are cheating that are trying to hide it running Hyperfocus. So they don't need to. They can get as how much progress as they want. They can speed up the gens as much as they want, and it's not going to show up. Alrighty, and then yeah, Mastermind. There's HUD indicators. We talked about this already. Packet loss is represented by a double diamond icon. It'll be interesting to see if I actually get any of these in the game. I'll be curious. Ping is represented by a vertical bar icon, yellow ping over 100, red ping over 200. Your own ping and packet loss icons are displayed above the survivor list, so that's you. Players are notified when another player experiences severe connection issues, red for ping and packet loss. For killer, a unique red icon appears above the survivor list for survivors. For survivor issues, a red bar appears next to their name on the survivor list. Matchmaking incentives have been activated. Change categories here, guys. A red bar appears next to their name on the survivor list for survivor issues. So if they have packet loss or a ping over 200 ms, that's really high, by the way. It should, anyone even over 100 is pretty high. I'd say. Oh no, actually I'd say about 100. The red should definitely be like 150. 200 is insane. You shouldn't be getting this at all, unless you're playing like literally halfway around the world. Like, if someone plays on my server from Asia, they'll have about 230 ms ping-ish. Because I'm literally halfway around the world from Asia. Pretty much. Japan's a little bit closer. China especially is going to have a 230 ms ping. I don't know if Australia... I think Australia goes through Asia in order to get to the US, so they have even worse ping, because you have to go up and then over. Absurd. There might be a line between Australia and Hawaii. I kind of doubt it, though. That'd be kind of a weird connection. And then from Hawaii to the US. I think Australia's kind of the middle of nowhere, though. But Australia is a generally relatively small country. Land size pretty big, but its size in terms of population relatively small. Kind of disconnected from the rest of the world. Which is why I was used as a prison. Fucking weird. Australia's in such a weird place, guys. It just feels like it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. Compared to everyone else, like even Africa and South America, right? There's a bunch of countries and people in there. But Australia's just kind of down, hanging off the end of Asia. And obviously New Zealand's over there too. Okay, well, we'll see how this goes, guys. Some BHVR employee got blast mine 7 times in a row, apparently because it's getting nerfed now. Blast mine. Ah, streamer modes. Yes, interested in that. They nerfed blast mine. Was it in the original notes? Yep, lots of cheating. Blast mine. Mine times out without being triggered, the entire perk deactivates and the survivor will need to repair the generator to rearm the mine. So if it's not used up, you don't get the perk back. That's not a huge nerf. That actually sounds like it's supposed to work that way. Yeah, so you don't just get it back if it's unused. Yeah, a lot of subtle cheating. Depending on which killer you play, though, you can still be competitive with people that are cheating in the game, though, because it comes down to a lot to skill. Nervous isn't skillful? Yeah, you're fucking full of shit. People just watch like highly skilled players on Twitch and then think everyone looks that way, especially when they play against derps. There's a lot of big streamers that are from UK and Ireland. I don't know why. There's a lot of fucking big streamers from UK, Ireland as far as killers go. Maybe it's the accent. And UK and Ireland have their own server. It's Ireland. It's separate from the rest of Europe. Europe has Frankfurt. All of mainland Europe and then even part of Western Russia and Middle East will play on Frankfurt. Yeah, it's a really big server. And then you have Ireland that just serves UK and Ireland unless you VPN over there. So really weird. So. Literally gonna buy the DLC because of the new combo with Blast Mine. So fuck it, I'm not playing for this shit. Paying for this shit. Wiretap. After repairing the generator for at least 3 seconds, press the ability button to install a spy trap which stays active for 80 seconds. The aura of the trap generator is revealed in yellow to all survivors. When the killer comes within 14 meters of the trap generator, their aura is revealed to all survivors. Damaging the generator destroys wire trap. Why would you use that with Blast Mine? I guess you could see when the killer's stunned. It doesn't. They use stuff like that instead of OTR or decisive strikes, so. Yeah. Blast Mine? Yeah, no. Blast Mine is literally the funner thing about playing Survivor, bro. It wasn't even that good of a perk. It's just funny. It's a 5-second stun. You can't move it all when it goes off. It's pretty good for actually coordinating with unhooks if someone's fucking with your gen. And this yelling fucking idiot when a killer kicks my Blast Mine gen. You can't know which gen has a Blast Mine on it. Like, it has nothing to do with intelligence. Oh my god, people are fucking stupid. Now that is fucking stupid. People are fucking stupid. Yeah. Like, you can't know the generator has a Blast Mine on it. There's no indicator in any way, shape, or form. There's nothing the killer can do to counterplay that and then go, haha, you're dumb because of it. No, that's an uncounterable perk. Like where you have like locker stuns with head on, right? You can work around that, but Blast Mine, there's nothing you can do about it. That being said, it wasn't that popular, but there's a lot of fucking good perks for Survivor where killers have like nothing. Survivors have a shitload of perks. What did we get this patch? We got nothing. Killer got like no perks. And Survivors got 6, and one of which is insanely OP, which is Reassurance. Oh, let's see. Oh, they have Hex and Dying. They probably have Devour. AFK Killer. Haunted ground. Yes. I guess that's one way. I mean, most survivors aren't stupid enough to do that. They just ignore you. But this game's kind of weird. At lower and mid-range MMR guys, people do really fucking weird shit. I guess that's why people find it hilarious, but... Ishira removed his grin. Weird. His smirk needs to be a bit more noticeable. Wait, he does this now. Yeah, that's better. That's 100%. Oh, this is before? No. No, this is totally better. It makes him look sadistic. While he smirks a lot in RE5 because of superiority, he never full teeth smiles. I thought it was unwesker-like. Oh my god. Looks better. It literally looks better. $22 million on Wesker, 750x speed. $30 seconds. Takes them like 20 minutes. Verse. Sorry. Anniversary, there we go. Didn't need to check spell check either. Not near. Use eyes after the T. Instead of 40 levels of garbage monotony. I decided that it was still easier and cheaper getting add-ons prior to the anniversary update. Yes, it includes the cost reduction. It's just not fun. First 25 levels, you have 0 choices. The next 15 are basically very limited, and the final 10 levels are where you actually have counterplay against the entity to save BP and pick, and where you go. It's literally a waste of time that is completely unfun. I would much prefer 20 times level 50 blood webs for each prestige instead of 40 levels of garbage monotony. This doesn't even take into account the killer BP tax where certain add-ons are just more rare because it's meta regardless of rarity. I mean, spend this long clicking on nodes is stupid. I hate it. Yeah, no shit. On top of that, mainly the first 25 levels, you don't even have to do anything. It's just a waste of time. 750 times speed would be 756 in 1 second. This seems more like 10 times at the highest. Yes. 5 times. Yeah. Not 750x speed. Give BHUR credit. The node reduction is a gigantic reduction of grind and makes the BP offerings a lot better. It's not. It's still easier finding offerings prior to the anniversary update, where you had constant level 50 blood webs. It was much easier because you have options and you could pick between the options because the game had to give you options. So even if 1 in the 4 purples that you find is the option you're looking for, you still have that, right? Whereas now, like, it just feeds you a purple and it just happens to be the wrong one over and over and over and over again because there's no other options. You can't pick between 4 options because they don't exist. Yeah. Mostly nerf the fun perks talking about Blast Mine, I'm sure. Well, I don't care. Why can't I read long backstories during these queues? Why can't I read backstories during these queues? I don't know. Why you can't access the shop? Why you can't look at perks? Why you can't do everything? Well, you can look at perks, actually. You can't do blood webs. You can't... Well, you could do blood webs, just not on the killer. Can't do blood webs or perks on killers other than the one you're queued with. There we go. Okay. Alright, guys. Let's get into the dibs. Fucked up. Fucked up, guys. I forgot to do the doodly-doos.
By daylight.
Oh, is he talking? I think that's Nemesis. Ah, I see. I think we're gonna have to refresh our cosmetic effects. Or not cosmetic, or ionize. Driver's 100% bonus. Okay. It's probably normal because new killer. Alright, so we have to take a peek here. Why is this still in the options here, then? Player names visibility. Well, I guess this allows you to do what you did before. Tell you how long the delay is. With the way queues work, it's next to impossible to instantly queue up with someone at the same time. if you're a big enough streamer, people are just going to end up in your queue regardless, just because of the sheer amount of people that are queuing, you're eventually going to get people. But if I queue, for instance, it's not going to be the same thing. If you're a survivor and I queue at the same time, it's not like playing Fortnite where we both queue at the same time. Let's take a look at this real quick. I want to see how this interacts. I assume it's going to change the name of the survivors in the lobby. When you first joined. Might take too long too. I want to see how this works because we're gonna have to change the INI because there's new options in it now. Was it too long? Yeah, it does. So you're all Oh, I can Ah! Well, that's nice. I can unhide them. I don't know if it'll unhide them in the game, though. I don't think it will. That's neat. Okay, so we're gonna do... I mentioned that before, it'd be nice, because you have to be able to do that to see if people are trying to get into your games. And if they're cross-platform, you can't look at their Steam profile. See? Go. Save, config, Windows, no editor. Okay. Where are we at today? On that. Start the game. Do 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 do. Good.
Dead by daylight.
Thinks they fixed the... Check that out too. See if they fixed the FPS calculating latency. What? Yes. We have a bug where if we get a timeout, the game locks up. We got a timeout, and then the game... Oh, there it goes. The game locks up. Mm-hmm. Christine, that wasn't in the load screen before. Good. Bar was. Other names, hide your name, anonymous mode, yes. B, if uncapped FPS is still broken. Refresh rate, application controlled. That. Hmm. That's kind of weird. Why were those changed? That changed. Off. All right, let's see if this... $5 million FPS on the load screen, check. What we're curious about is whether or not it's soft capping at 120, and it looks like it's still soft capping at 120.
Dead by daylight.
One of the problems with the game is it'll soft cap at 120, and every time you go over 120, it causes stuttering and hiccups. Well, you cap it to 118, or 120, I guess, if you're feeling frisky. And obstinate. Mm-hmm. Did I load the right one? Maybe. I'm neither CPU nor GPU capped right now, so this is 100% soft cap. Righty. Oh, that's stuttering. Crap on the ground? Can't pick up traps. Guess in the tutorial you can't pick up traps? Good. It's definitely still soft capped at 120. Does a really poor job of it. They changed this with when New World came out, and everyone's complaining about New World breaking their computers. Which is just, they had a defective video card from the 3000 series launch, and it fucked up. That's what happens when you put it under load. But it's still soft capped. We could go look at a wall. GPU utilization goes down. Definitely still soft capped. Hmm. Changed. Alrighty, guys, let's play some actual games. Good. Do. Take a piss, guys. Be right back. Alrighty, guys. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Okay. Why can I only block one of these guys? I can't... That's really weird. This. Can't look at their Steam profile if they're private. Oh my god. So it's a way for cheaters to hide too. Oh my fucking god. You can't look at Steam profiles anymore if they have if they have their privacy settings. So I can't look to see if they have a VAC ban. Look at this, guys. So I can't check their Steam profile anymore. So I can't figure out if they actually have a VAC ban. Ah. Well, that's interesting. How should I deal with that now? Holy fuck, we can't profile people that have their privacy settings set to private. I just dodge people that have a privacy setting where you can't see their name? We'll have to see how common it is. If it's like Fortnite, it's not common at all. I think we're just gonna dodge everyone that has their another one. Oh, we'll see. That's actually curious. It's a way for cheaters to hide. That. Blaster 69? Yeah, okay. Next game. Huh. We'll have to see how common it is that people are using anonymous node. Like, streamers, if you're a TTV, obviously you want people to find you, right? So why would normal people use the anonymous mode? I'm a streamer, I don't want people to find me at all. And if you have TTV in your name, obviously you want people to find you. So another streamer that doesn't want people to find them? I guess? Hmm. Like, that's like the ultimate way for people to actually hide if they're stream sniping you. Huh. I know they do that in Fortnite. I don't know why that didn't click with me. And obviously you can just dodge them. But we'll have to see how common they are. 2 games so far have each had one person that has anonymous mode on. Can't see your ping in the lobby anymore either. Did they move it? Lobby ping's gone now. It used to be down here in the right corner. Your killer ping now. That was like one way of figuring out what server you're fucking on. The fuck is this shit, BH? Why would they remove that? You're right there. It's gone now. How the fuck are you supposed to see your ping as a killer? What? That's like, obviously you don't want survivors to see it. Like when you could surmise. I don't know, even if you're in game, having survivors see your ping isn't that big of a deal. I don't know why it's hidden in the first place, but why can't you see your own ping in the lobby anymore? Is that for survivors too? What? I need to be able to see that to see whether or not people are fucking with me, too. Because people try and put you on weird lobbies in the middle of nowhere. And I notice immediately because my ping's yellow or fucking red. I guess there's an add-on. I remember there used to be an add-on. I read something about where you can see your ping in game. That if you're playing on server, it can like ping your. Yeah, no, most servers you can't ping with the ping command. It's a DDoS protection thing. I can see all their pings. I can't see my own ping. Game's sitting again. Cam off for first game, guys. Breaker cup doors. You have any? Thing seems a bit laggy. Why I dropped out of chase. Drop? Yeah. There's a guy over here earlier. That was a bug, by the way. Thanks, BHVR. Corner. We saw a guy over here earlier. I don't know where he went, though. By the way, seeing their name on the screen is actually really helpful for figuring out character names. Nice sprint burst for me. Bye. Nice DP. You might have reassurance this way. Circling? So we're going to try being a little bit more aggressive here. Oh, they must be coming for rescue. That's some frantic clicking going on there. Yep, it's there. Surprise, guys. I like how the BT allows you to see basically when they have BT and when it's gone. Because you can literally look at them. Yes, no? No. You can literally look at them and see when they slow down. And by the way, off the hook is very noticeable, right? That's easy to see when that's a 110. Would you like to take a body block? Thank you. Okay. Nice guy. Yeah. Dropped just now. Oh my god, I just got stuck on the edge there. That's weird. Like I got aim assisted into it. When I stopped moving. Back. W key. Timing. That's to be expected. Thing just disappeared in front of us, guys. It's one of the reasons we have to run Darkness Revealed from the looks of it. Okay. No. Drop. Should have dropped just now. Yeah. 3 and 4. I think I healed. Go for unhook now. Killed himself for whatever reason. Okay. Buddy. Good. See, notice how the Fang literally doesn't even do anything? Oh, there's a Fang. She's just literally just hiding on the map. Yep, there she is, buddy. They just hide her. And she's Death Hook. Time to die, Fang. Dead. Get the fuck out of here. Once again, we knew this was going to happen with Reassurance, so it's exactly the same sort of gameplay you'd expect to happen. Not sure how they broke my zombie right in front of the generator, but you know. Reset him. Hopefully she's still back here. We're gonna see any scratch marks on the way out. Not pallet. Pallet's on bed. Yep, if you lose your tunnel, guys, you can expect to never see it again. At high MMR, so. Just heal for Hatch. Oh, there she is. Good. So that's Cole. Dead end. And that's down. Good, good, good. Alrighty. So that one guy gave up and Fang literally did nothing, guys. If this was a competent team, we definitely would have had problems there. Because that one guy definitely just gave up straight away, even though he was Death Hook. And the Fang didn't do anything after she was on Death Hook. Pretty sure she just hid. I'm gonna go pop this just to make sure it's not exponential. I didn't earlier, but I don't think she was gonna crawl over here, but she might be on her way over here, or she's waiting to use. RNG for hatch now. Buddy. Do you have a power struggle flip-flop? Use like any hooks up over here, so. And gone. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna dodge everyone that has an anonymous name. I think is what's gonna happen there, because we can't vet them. And using the anonymous mode would be a perfect way to avoid... I don't want to play with TTVs anyways, but it's a perfect way to avoid having people figure out you have a ship profile or something like that. So, we'll see how common it is, guys, and we'll just dodge, for now, we'll dodge all the games with people with anonymous profiles for the time being. Has to make sure no one Kobe's and get the 4K fun game. Yeah, they can play Killer too. So Carlos was the guy. Feng was the thing running around. Maybe she did something. She has more points than Carlos did. So anyone have reassurance in this game? Yes, one person, two people have reassurance. So immediately, right off the bat, we already have two people with reassurance. But we played in a way where they unhooked because we went for chases and then immediately just double backed. So we might be looking at dropping a perk for Darkness Revealed. Losing the Fang would have been much more debilitating with the higher MMR team. They knew what they're doing. And once again, fucking weird, no one runs OTRs or even a BT. No BTs, no OTRs, no DSs. But two people will run Reassurance because it's just much more powerful. And OTR is a more powerful perk than DS was. Good. So, yeah, guys, I don't know. How entitled do you have to be to have, like, perks that work for you and just not doing them because you don't want to? You don't want to use that perk that helps you. Pretty crazy. Ah, I got plus 100%. Yeah, where the fuck is the killer ping now, guys? Where do I get to see my ping? The past 24 hours. How the fuck do you see your ping? How to see killer ping. No longer see Latin scene pre-match lobby. Yep. Oh, looks like it might be an issue. That's good. So this lobby, no one with a anonymous profile. Cock champ. Cock cleanup. Left. It's like they knew. Huh, I wonder if people dodge me. They shouldn't be able to see my name, by the way. It would be curious if survivors dodge you because you have a hidden name. Now that's actually like kind of like double edge. Like they think you're a cheater if they can't see your name. Oh, that's beautiful because they can't see your name unless they are cheating in the first place. Okay, memer. Macmillan Estate. Immediately. So it's in the bug report. Like it might not be intentional, which is good. I hope that's not an intended feature. If it's an intended feature, it's going to have backlash getting it fixed. That's good though. If people can see that I have a hidden name in the lobby, oh, that's fantastic. If it just immediately gets rid of them. Suffocation pit. Alrighty, let's go break her cuck door. Jeff, Kate, Carlos, Ada. Zombie Chan. Basically dead to me at this point. Not in a chase with her. Break this. Okay, is this guy? Yep, that's what we want. Very weird movement. She just walked in my character. We're gonna go after the guy. He just left. No, we're gonna push him outside. Another round he's gonna do, yeah. Very good. Phase 2. I'm outside. Ooh, he got lucky just now. I thought he was gonna double back in time and he didn't. Pushing him outside again. Okay. Might get a protection hit here. Okay, we have a nice gen. Let's actually go up here. Some more defendable. Although we should actually maybe go for corners for reassurance, because this is very accessible for reassurance plays. So maybe now I should be looking more at corners, because they're easier to take care of the... players. Unhook, which is what we want. Buddy. Sprint burst. Did not react to my light. No, he didn't. Look at the wall. DS now if he has it. There it is. Nope. Look at the wall again. There we go. Okay. See. No, we aren't gonna go over there. I don't know if we'll be able to make that. I don't think we can make either of these. Let's go in the zombie infestation. I had time to go over there if I didn't dawdle. But I dawdled a bit, so. It's actually still regressing. Good. Beautiful. We know where he is. So we're just going to take hits here to veer him off. Okay. Body block again. Drop. He should have dropped just now. I don't know what he's doing. Ooh. He fucked up. Drop. No, he fucked up again. He could have dodged that. Be behind. Yeah, no, you're in the wrong spot. He's dead. Okay, let's check our gens. So we're doing a little bit more, oh, we might get blinded here. Yep. Yep, looking straight up. Okay. Let's see. That's a dead spot. She's probably gonna get off my shoulder, guys. Gonna get off my shoulder. That's a dead spot because of the burial mound. Thanks, BHVR. I appreciate that shit. He might be here on the right. Make that. How's that? It can't get a blind now. Okay. Let's go over right here. No? Okay. Good job, Ada. Ah, that's beautiful. Counted 10 seconds in my head. It was like right at the end. Had to go for it though because of the timing on that. I think doing gens right now. I don't think anyone's gonna go for a save here. DS? No DS. We might even be going a little bit faster than prior to reassurance, because normally I play it safe on unhooks. I play it safe on proxying. But if we proxy too close, then they aren't going to unhook. And well, obviously we want them to unhook. Push her to the side that's been used already. Bye. What the fuck is that? Yeah. I should have hit just now. He is very fast. Bye. Pick up immediately. Kate might be here, we'll see. And she's dead. Okay. Good. Guys over here. In front of us, he's probably going to go to her gen. That's my guess if they're on voice comms. The zombie really fucks up this loop, so that works out for us. Hey, do you want to give me a chase game? It was in front of us. There she is. Hey, buddy. Fucked up completely. Okay. Didn't do that cleanly enough. Zombie would like to say hi to you. Double back? No. Okay. She has to go for pickup. Oh. Good job, guys. Now wait for 4% in deliverance. Should have actually potentially tapped the gen prior to hooking her. Because when she will deliverance, if she has it, is right now. Nope. Alright. Now wait for 4% of deliverance. Good, good, good. So far, we're doing pretty good, even without Darkness Revealed. We did have that one match with kind of the mess survivors, the normal MMR survivors, and where we had a tunnel getaway. And Darkness Revealed would have helped in that case, but she also didn't do anything, so if she actually did stuff, we would have been more capable of finding her. Oh. 10 seconds, guys. So if she unhooks, she'll get 10 seconds of BT for pickup. Which means we have to time it and wait for her to touch the guy before downing her. Good, good, good. His turn now. Body block, the kill shack. Oh, is he even gonna get his 4%? I might even bleed people out at this point. So if they get off the hook, they get 10 seconds of BT with 110% movement speed. So if they 4% when they're one of the last survivors, we might play it more safe with that. If they 4% as the last survivor, in that case, he would have had a very good chance of getting hatched. Like, he would get a significant amount of distance on me. 10 seconds at 110% movement speed is a lot of distance. Didn't want to be a normie. Disagree. My weirdness is what sets me up. I've not played him. He looks buggy. Also does not look super amazing. So one person had reassurance. BT and DS. There's also our tunnel. I'm strong. Sorry, but I'm the other. You can play Nemesis, get BM'd in exit. You sounds like a lot of fun. I'm not any nemesis. Nemesises I could be me. Jeff's still here. Aw, they said their piece and immediately left. Aw. Not lore. Literally modified that Geist that DVD community. I've been known by many names over. Huh. It's actually true. We've talked about this. This is actually true. Can you actually... So they can't reveal my name. I can reveal all their names though. I think we're gonna dodge anonymous users. They're either TTVs or they're probably more than likely people trying to hide the fact they're cheating. Both I'm not interested in playing against. There is a poor excuse of a time. Light VHVR throwing thing. I'll reassure for your camp. Yeah, you can't see anything. You can't see... When you click on it, you can't reveal their name, and you can't see their Steam profile. So I think I'm just going to immediately dodge those. Like in Fortnite, it's actually really uncommon for people to use anonymous mode. And if people are using it in this game, it usually means there's... We've had people actually seemingly dodge me. So it makes me wonder if people are cheating. They can't actually see my actual username. They can only see the nemesis, which would be curious. Leave. No, he's still here. Huh. Nope. Set the standard for tunneling and camp. Here I go. Killer mains were gen speed and fighting by the survivor rule book. Want survivors to think they can unhook, because Bubba just gets you we're actually having a discussion here. He was you can, by the way, when you hide their name, you can show it and you can see their name, which I really like, by the way, so I can do this on the lobby and I can reveal their names. And then I can see if they're actually, like, it's someone I played against, or they're actually, like, trying to, like, they're trying to Q-snipe me or something. I need to be able to see their names and hide the lobby. And vet profiles. It's smart to turn it on. Well, there's no reason to turn it on. If you're just a normal player, I mean, you can already make your profile private so people can't post on it, and if they can, you could just leave it public and then just not have people posting. The whole reason my profile is private and I rotate usernames is to avoid cheaters and avoid people that can somehow manipulate Steam to their advantage. That's the only reason I do it. If I was a normal player and I didn't want people shitposting, I'd leave my profile it was. By the way, my profile on Steam was public up until this game. Yeah. My profile on Steam was public right up until I played this game. And it's only since I played this game that I've had to fuck around with Steam constantly. And it has a lot to do with how easy it is for people to cheat in this game and how easy it is for them to find you. This is the only game. This is the only game in all my years. In all my years, and I've had problems with people stream sniping me before. In all my years, this is the only game in which you can actually get into someone's lobby by kicking the other people out and forcing the killer to join your lobby. Yeah. Like, they can force you... It isn't just a stream snipe. They can literally force you into their lobby. That's absurd. I don't know if maybe this patch changed something. We'll see. We'll see how it goes if we get into cheat lobbies, but yeah. Also, I don't think there's a new compendium yet, is there? No, it's next week. Yeah. So far, we have not had to change out a perk. We might need to change out Darkness Revealed. Change out a perk for Darkness Revealed. We'll see. It does make me wonder how much the anti-stream snipe thing is helping with people not finding me, too. Curious. I'm sure they'll eventually find a way around it, but for now. But yeah, I'm not, I don't think there's any reason for a normal person to turn on anonymous mode unless you have problems with stalking and harassing, which is mainly just a streaming thing. If you're a normal player, people don't care about you for the most part. Unless you're a known name in a small community. It doesn't matter. Excuse me, guys. Ha ha ha. Uh-huh. Hmm. Ha ha ha. It's actually true. By the way, Nemesis was not known as a tunneler and camper until I took that over. That's purely me. We've talked about this before. I literally changed the Zeitgeist to DBD. When I started playing, guys, the tunneler and camper was Executioner. He was known as a tunneler and camper. I still occasionally get people that tell me to play Executioner. And we did play him for a little bit up till, as a practice for reassurance. He's not a good killer. His mouse, too, is too predictable. It's too easy to dodge on both the inside or outside edge, depending on how good the survivor is. The only time you don't dodge it is when you're in a corridor. Like a long corridor, not a doorway. His cages are too sporadic. Even when you want to use them, you can't always get people to walk through your goo, so it doesn't matter. The poo, the goo, is on the ground. Then there's a lot of problems, and people can still just, like, creep walk through it, too, so you can't even use it as detection. Profile. Possible TTV. I swear I've dodged this person before. That being said, you still take a chance, and you can end up, playing against globes that actually just turn out to be PC players that are cheating, even if you tried to vet profiles. Still, like, the ultimate way of dealing with, doesn't actually stream this game, but TTV. I really hope they make it so you can see your ping again. That needs to be a thing. I've never, even prior to this kind of bug that's in the game right now, I've never been a fan of when games just use ping indicators instead of your actual LAN. See, doesn't make sense. They're too stupid to understand a number. TTV I've never heard of before, but apparently there's a lot of people that watch him. Next game. Weird when you run into people in this game that aren't actually, that are, like, they have, like, a profile with a lot of followers and views, and you just never have seen them before, and they stream relatively regularly. Happy Tuesday, ones, guys. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. By the way, as I mentioned before, I've finished watching Better Call Saul. Pretty good. Not gonna spoil any things for you guys. Too much. The first half of the last season was pretty good. The second half was kind of alright, and then the last episode, the characters did stuff that was really stupid and didn't make sense. He did a lot of things. He was like trying to show off to Kim or something. I don't actually know what the fuck he was doing. He's like trying to show off to Kim or make it seem like he is repenting or something stupid. I don't know. It seemed like they just threw away six seasons of character development just for a love fling or something. I don't fucking know. Me wanted to show Kim that he could change too. Oh, it's pre-made. Land takes. I didn't notice it because it was... Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 doop doop doop. For some reason, our first couple games, we ran into a decent number of anonymous profiles. First couple queues, and now they're gone. Not sure what that was about. Like I said, the anonymous names in Fortnite. So we've seen this before in Fortnite and Apex. When people are trying to stream snipe you, I've seen it not on my stream. But when people try to stream snipe you, they'll use the anonymous names as a way of hiding who they are, so you can't figure out who they are. Usually, stream snipers do it also as a way of attention getting, and they want you to see their names. Attention seeking. And in before we run into people with private profiles. TTV. Reason we can't find a fourth. Identical skins. I've not played it yet. However, from what I've seen, it looks like another flavor of shit, so... Yeah, it's just another flavor of shit. A sweaty game. We'll go with it, though. Left. Okay. Huh. Be a cheat lobby, guys. We'll find out. Yep, I know there is. They split it in two. But they kind of changed it in a way at which, They kind of changed it in a way in which it's just kind of another flavor of garbage because they made the map smaller and then they extended it in weird ways, and then they cut out little pieces of it, but then they cut out entire wings. So. Ah. RPD badge. Speaking of which, there's an RPD badge right there. Might be a cheat lobby, guys. That whole queue felt really weird. Like people like getting, I don't know if they're kicked out, but like left, and like the new people that joined look sus. Am I gonna regret not dodging? For some reason, my loading bar is stuck. That just makes it even weirder. Okay. Anyways, next game. The tips the BS meter there, so. Normally your loading bar will go all the way over. It'll get like 7/8, and then it will go like to 15/16, where it'll have like a little sliver left, and then it will go to the last bit right before it finishes loading about 30 seconds later.
Dead by daylight.
At least mine does. Weird load, weird lobby. Kind of interesting that it doesn't oscillate. It's just like the incentives are 100% for one side or 100% for the other side. There's like no in between. You'd think if there'd be like some trade-off, right? Where I'd do like a 75-25 or like a 50-50, right? And 25-75. And they'll try to keep the balance at 50-50. And obviously 100% if there's a huge... It could be that this is their first iteration after the last one broke. So, maybe... Oh my god, Mom turned on the microwave, guys. You didn't see that. Oh my god, jeez. She made some Hot Pockets and my Wi-Fi disconnected. Okay. Two TVs. Council too. They're live. We'll get in the game, guys. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. If the TTVs aren't live, especially if they don't stream regularly, I don't mind playing against them. But if they're live, I'm not playing against them. I see bullshit, guys. I want to call bullshit on people. Matter if they're... Streamers or not. Luckily, queues are pretty fast. It seems like some people actually switch sides based on BP. I assume that this game is more... Oh, there's a ping. You can actually see when the survivors are lagging in the lobby now. There's a red ping indicator on here. Huh. Normally you can't see that. Oh, it's So this is what you see, guys, if the person has a fake profile, or not a fake profile. If they have the anonymous mode on, you'll see this. All you can do is block them, so you can't see their Steam profile, and you can't reveal their name. And this guy has a red ping, too, on top of it. We're definitely going to dodge that. He's probably... If he has a red ping, that means he has over 200 MS, which means he's definitely not local, so... Or he has a packet loss problem. Both are things that we don't want. So, this patch is actually giving us a little bit more inferences to suss people out with now. Good, good, good. All right. And this is a fucking clan lobby. Good, good, good. We'll get there, guys. Mm-hmm. Do 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 do. Mm-hmm. Don't worry, guys. We'll play a game here. Don't worry. Be happy. Let's see. Okay. We have 2 identical skins. Go with it. We waited too long, I suppose. And a flan. Mm-hmm. Alrighty. Off we go. Good. Yamako Estate. Just played this. Family residence. Breaker cuck doors. But it. Got rid of this. Yeah, in front of us. Yeah, that went back in too. Still here? No, should drop that. We just saw a fucking Meg standing in front of us. Just fucking ran. That's unfortunate. Nose. Didn't time that properly because I didn't know the window was there. Sure why she waited just now. It's a bad chase, by the way. She's pretty smart. Okay. W key. A lot of distance here for some reason. A lot of distance going on here. Oh. I think someone's here, but there might be. Okay, let's go straight. Took too long, guys. We might have a cheater. Got relocked. Leaving her? What the fuck are they doing? Unhooked now. There it is. And into the hook. Guess now she hasn't. There it is. I don't know why people are running DS instead of OTR. That's not how that works. It's fucking weird. Do people not understand how OTR works at all? Like the endurance effects? Don't. Oh. Let's hook her right here. Guy on the left right now. Over there. The other guy should have came back for unhook behind us. Hey, this feels like a pre-made in what they're doing right now, but they could just be really bad players. Good. No. That was too soon. Drop that. Desync. Break. It's gonna leave. Good. Yeah. Like, I don't know if they're intentionally trying to bait out the wait time on the hook or what. Dead though. That's really weird. Like, now that was reassurance. That was actually probably the harder survivor in the lobby. We're gonna go after one of the chicks. Third here. All the guys inside the main building. Yeah, this might be another cheater. She's very fast. Side. What the fuck she's doing? Also don't know how she's getting distance on me. Because again, I think this guy's cheating. Can't make that. Yeah, very weird, guys. There's like no perks in the game that actually should be doing what's happening on my screen right now. Very, very weird. So she's cheating. Ada Wong 2. Ada Wong 2 is cheating. That works for me. We're gonna wait for him to power it. Okay. Good job, my dude. No, decisive strike. Excuse me. No Ed. Now we're going to wait for 4% in Deliverance and see who actually has an Unbreakable here. We aren't going to hook because they'll turn into a shit show. So, pretty sure she does not. This guy might have Unbreakable, though. Knows there's a pallet here. Good. Setting up right now. Other chick definitely does not have Unbreakable. She would have used it. Pre-dropped. That's interesting. Are we under really sweaty? We'd bleed him out. What? No, we aren't. Side. And once again, things can get really sketchy if there's one person left. It's a 4% in Deliverance. And he has 10%. Like, I shouldn't even hook these guys. I should just bleed them out. Hey, look, guys, Deliverance. Like, do we wait here for 80 seconds? Because I think he's stuck right now. Like, should I just bleed out the other guy and wait 80 seconds right now? Because this is how you get around OTR. Not. Actually, you got around the hook. Okay. No. I guess when either the hook fell or he just didn't even have anything. Do I have to wait a minute and 20 seconds before I hook him, or before I punch him? So he doesn't have any chance at the hatch? Crawling around over here somewhere. I think I heard her. She left, though. She was over here earlier. Check here, and I think we're going to double back to Shack. Yeah, like, with the new DS, or with the, not DS, with the new BBT, the base BBT? Base BT, BBBT? BBT. Base kit BT, if they get unhooked, if they unhook themselves, they have a ridiculous probability of getting hatched. I can even use numbers. It's even better. I can just use numbers to figure out who I'm thinking of. Adrenaline would have already activated because the exit gates are powered, so that's not an issue there. Get up. So I think Nancy was cheating and the Ada was cheating. Both are very, very fast. Buddy. Aww. Holy shit. Literally down to the millisecond. We have a reassurance in here. No reassurance at all. Sorry. Bad. Did they realize they got 4K'd? Probably not, but it went down to no-ed. So things that happened in this match that definitely made things more difficult was the distance from the hook, so how fast they could pick up a chase with the people I was chasing. Them not getting unhooked right away, and then not being able to apply pressure because we'd have to go even further away from the hook. As you got 4K'd, right? They're a cheeky emote for. Yeah, so like in a case like that, maybe we shouldn't even hook people. We should just bleed them out, just to make sure that they can't 4K. Not 4K. They can't actually unhook themselves and make saves. The new basic BT is very, very good. Normally I'd stop doing that. I used to bleed people out for 4Ks just to make sure. If there's a chance that they'd actually 4% off hook, because they usually would. And then also the add a 02. So there's no reassurance in this game. Why people are running wiretap? I guess this helps people figure out which gens are being tapped, hence wiretap. Some way of aiding in what the killer's doing. I guess I don't know why people really enjoy this perk. There's an OTR. So in this game we had a DS OTR, 1 OTR. No reassurance. Righty. Take a piss, guys. I'll be right back. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Excuse me while I put nuts in my mouth, guys. I love putting nuts in my mouth. Especially the mixed nuts. All different sorts of nuts. Cranberries, too. Don't you guys love putting nuts in your mouth? I hope so. Right. Got memers. Pretty sure this is a 4-man. David has a red ping indicator now. I'm pretty sure this is a 4-man though. Good. Sanctum of Wrath. Again, by the way. Actually, no, this is a different version of it. Well, whatever. We're gonna leave. Intentional. Fast. The knower. He also seems fast. I don't know why I didn't double Bex now. I might have a dead hard. I think the best places now for hooking people are corners. We'll work on this though. Going theory is corners though. Save it as ping indicator again. Good. All right, David. Mm-hmm. Buddy. Go for multi-tunnel 02. He was hanging on, so he didn't give up immediately. Is? There's a chick ghosting us. I don't know if she's still here, though. Yes? No. Add a 02. The numbers make it very easy to identify people. That's a problem I had. So, like, just turning off usernames just to see the number of the player is actually really helpful with discerning them. Blood pools. Blood pool, but we got to chase with there, so. Vicious. Okay. Hit. I believe this is 02, isn't it? Yeah, that's 02. Do we want? This guy's down a hook state. That guy's just trying to take up protection here for this guy. Immediately hooker and then follow through. With the tip. Get her out here. Good. Goodbye, 02. I swear, I'm just gonna call people by numbers. I love that. 100% just gonna call them by numbers. Ah, she's over here doing a gen. Good for her. Window vault. We're in a zone. Not go for window vault. Well, zoning. She should have went for pickup just now, and she did not. Running. Nope. Nope. No, we want to be really sweaty. Once again, we bleed out the other guy. Since we normally play for hatch, it's not really going to be an issue. Good. Multi-tunnel, guys. Like I said, that's what we're going to end up doing now. We wait for deliverance of 4%. Probably one of the best new features, guys, with this patch is literally right over there. Makes them much easier to identify, especially if you don't know all the 5 million survivor names. I think she's waiting for the other guy to bleed out. I'm not sure. Sometimes they wait on it, though. So once again, if the other guy DCs and right before bleed out and she gets off the hook, give her some hentai, by the way. If they get off the hook, they have 110% movement speed for 10 seconds. That's insane. That's if you don't hit them, too. I think she's at Kill Dungeon? Wait for hatch, guys. We'll counter rotate and see if it's back at Kill Shack. Even though pretty. Bleed up? And bleed up. Good, good, good. Mm-hmm. Four of those left. And hyper focus. But I think this is because they're playing the new character. Low profile, which is insane if you're the last survivor left, but that's also another reason to slug for 4K. People running wiretaps. I think this is an added thing. We'll have to wait and see, though, because people are leveling new characters, so it's going to take a bit for them to, Well, even if you level the character, you don't need to play it. Want to? David basically killed himself on first hook. I don't know why. Heals it all in the match. Pretty good multi-tunnel, though, guys. Mm-hmm. Good. Next game. So things are still working out relatively decent. I think you're actually going to have a tougher time if you just play a shittier killer, even if you have intel options. I think leaning more towards just playing, like, if you play Nemesis, just going to have to sacrifice a perk for, like, Darkness Revealed. Mm-hmm. Next game. Good, good, good. Do 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 do. Get this time, guys. And I think the best course of action right now is just to dodge the anonymous names. Not that I'm horny all the time, it's just you're always fucking sexy. Slutty cabbage comes, bags of dicks, sexual dimorphism, eerie Big Johnny, and then we have interesting names down here that seem to have nothing to do with their profile. Huh. What kind of profile you make of that, guys? Game. Like I said, degenerates, guys, especially like crass and like people that don't really care about how people perceive them. That was even weirder because it seemed like it was somewhat a chick, but then at the bottom there, I don't think there's a chick that would call herself that. So yeah, I don't know what's happening there. Yeah. That goes a little bit beyond crass too. And like the bottom, like the weird thing about it is like everything kind of fit like a narrative, like it fit like a persona, and then the bottom two names are just like something you wouldn't ever think someone like that would call themselves, right? Assuming some sort of nymph or something like that, you know, a female nymph, chick that really likes sex. But then the other two bottom names don't fit. It's like one of those, like one of those tests in like high school. What things do not fit together in this relationship? You're like, okay, yeah. There's weirdly enough, it's a globe. This is a globe that has anonymity on. Makes that even weirder. Yeah, it is, and those guys are the most likely to cheat. Out of all the things that, putting aside vac bans, out of all the kind of like nuances or things that you can profile people based off of, the crass names I find to be the most telling sign of someone that is just completely like they have zero integrity and they're just morally bankrupt. I have nothing against sex, by the way. You can enjoy sex all you want. I fucking love sex. But putting that aside, it seems like people that don't give two shits how people perceive them, and then at the same time they're like willing to do like edgy names and just like bukkake sock or something like that. Like they're just people that don't care if they cheat. Like they're already so far gone. Like they don't care at all and what they do because world is their oyster, right? They can do whatever the fuck they want. Yeah, and that was a particularly bad one. So. Fucking weird. Is out of all the things you can profile people based off of all the little nuances, it's definitely not even clan tags. It's definitely the super crass name. It wasn't just one, by the way. That isn't just one in their name history. It's like all their names up until their recent one were that, and then there's two semi-racist ones at the bottom, which is, and then also the anti-Semitist one at the top, which leads you to believe that that's not actually a chick. I'm pretty sure. Like, women generally do not do that. Like, they aren't super hardcore into, like, racist or... I mean, you could definitely find racist women, but, like, they aren't... A lot of women are more passive-aggressive with their hate on anything, for that matter. And that's just not... That's generally not one of the things they do. Fucking weird. I love this, by the way, that I can reveal their names. That is a nice touch. And this is a 4-man globe. Globes, especially if you run into a full globe lobby, tend to be cheaters at high MMR. Something else I've noticed. Because it either means they're on Windows, but on a non-Steam profile. And they're all on non-Steam profile, by the way. Non-Steam. Non-Steam platform. Or they're on console. And they're globes, which is highly doubtful at high MMR. Highly, highly doubtful. Just lobby. Can happen. Because once again, we are not all, it's not just random, right? Who you're grouped with is not random, it's there's MMR based. To be that time of night, and it is release day, so there's more people playing Kill. Actually, the queues tonight aren't that bad. They were actually worse last night in terms of time. It has to do with incentives. People are farming BP on Survivor, I guess. Huh. That streams a couple times per month. There. And tags. Actually, I think this is just his state. Two identical skins, but they're new survivors. That's just, people are going to play new stuff, so. Azarovs. Party streamers. Supposedly this isn't a pre-made because 2 people were in there and 2 other people joined later, so it could be 2 twos too. Maybe if you run certain aura reading perks, they aren't as good as other ones. Like if we run crows, I do like crows, but if you run crows, you don't actually know who's there. Like it just notifies you that someone's there, right? Oh, Haven, guys. It's probably going to be a harder game. We'll see. Judging based on pregame. Once again, I love the fucking numbers. Oh my god, that is so nice. You can literally just look to the right and give someone a number. Cuck door? It is a cuck door. Bye, cuck door. Fast as shit. Could be first. What are you doing? Buddy. We're gonna use a KD. I'm not gonna sit down here. Oh no, there's a gen on the right I just heard. Not sure how we didn't hear that earlier. I'm not gonna use it. Got stuck. The fuck? This, we're gonna double back to her gen now. Zombie, I believe, is broken. Yeah. Her friend just tried to hit me from behind. Why is this taking forever to catch up with her, guys? It's like running at the same speed as me. BT? That's really fucking weird. Doesn't get any aim distance on her. Yeah. Up immediately. Yes, if she has it. No. It must have been base, excuse me, BT. Actual BT. Time to do some rounds here. Makes overcharge even more valuable with reassurance now. Zero 6. Back here. Heal. Nowhere. Zombie side. He's still very fast. Yeah, pretty sure she's cheating. Yeah, she's definitely cheating. Holy fuck. Yeah, that's like a 107, 108% speed hack right there. She is very fast. I just barely hit her with the ultra tippity tip on that one. That's how long it takes us to catch up in this. W key? Yeah. Notice how much faster we're catching up to this guy now. Much different. Much, much different. That guy's 100% cheating. So that 06 is running a speed hack. And I think also running a wall hack. That doesn't matter. Let's see. Right here. Rounds, guys. Back corner here. Huh? Hi. W key back. Russian instead. Guy immediately came back to their gen. Egg was relatively easy to catch. They're literally talking on voice comms telling me about ghosting me. Guy's very fast now. We have to hit her. Yeah, very, very fast again. Second most done gen on the side. Seems even more important now to tap gens when you go into chases with people. Set this guy immediately. That guy's going over for all the guys' gen now. That was we were working on earlier. He's just going and resetting all the gens that I've tapped. So we'll tap him again. That guy's very fast as well. 03. Full regression on that gen for the most part. Nope. Yeah. GS if she has it. Nope. Okay. Get a lot of fucking speed off that. Time on the gen though, so there's that. Broke my zombie. Set. Double back to hook now. Going for unhook. Goes. No. Hey, buddy, your turn. Should've taken the free hit. And you didn't. Oh, aren't doing that. Almost done. Jen's way over there. There's no progress on it. Buddy. No. Nowhere. What do you think chances are she doesn't actually have windows? We know where the other guy is, right in front of me. So this game took longer than it normally does. Just your foot. Pick up. Yep. Fine. She's in the corner. She might have unbreakable though. Time for some zombie food. Fucking broke my zombie somehow. That's fucking weird. Good zombie. Okay. And once again, if we want to be really slow, we'll bleed one out, and I'm debating on it. The other guy has more bleed timer on the ground. We'll wait for 4% deliverance now. Especially on the last guy, if one's alive. We're going to wait for this guy to die and hook before we hook the other one, so there's no chance that guy can 4% and then get out with a 110. Because 110 is pretty insane. So we're going to slightly change our endgame cadence here. The hentai matches, guys. Not as good as Wesker, but still pretty good. Yeah, she's getting into it, guys. Yeah. Loves the hentai. Alright, let's see if we can find Nia now. Now we gotta wait. We're gonna wait for that guy to die before we hook this guy. Just to avoid any sort of, base kit BT bullshit. Normally I'd hook this guy right now. But waiting on it. A dead spot? Actually, she is. No. That. Guess she wants another chase. Get off right about at the doorway here. She has a key. She's not getting out. Even with the key, she wouldn't get out. Actually, she might get out with the key. Looks like she has something in her hand. I think it's a vial, though. It's too late. She needs like 2 seconds to open the hatch, though, so... I know she had a key. I think I saw something in her hand. And the keys and vials look very similar at distance, so... I don't know. One chance she had to open it was when she first got to there, though. Zombies are broken again. Good. Yeah, good. Guardian, no key. At least not one of those brought. BT, OTR, BTs, one OTR, no DSs. Just hope. Zero 06 and 07. Meg was our second tunnel. Yeah, these games are just taking a lot longer than normal because of the way I have to play. But I'll take that over, I don't see a reassurance in here at all. But you can't really just not pretend that reassurance exists, so. Well, he's not really that, like, in terms of gameplay, not really close at all. I mean, we haven't had any reassurance today. Well, I'm playing in a way where reassurance, like, we've had reassurance in our games, but they don't use it because we play in a way that, encourages people to unhook, which is we're further proxying. Where normally I proxy and close the proxy based on the distance survivors are getting to the hook and how aggressive they are. Now I'm opening up basically proxy, where I go the opposite. I have an inverse relationship now, where the less likely they are to save the further away from the hook I get. And it sounds very similar, but it's not, because that's based on a time metric. So if they aren't going for an unhook, I'll get further and further away from the hook on purpose. Where before it's based on their aggressiveness and how good they are at looping, for instance. So now if they don't go for unhooks, we proxy further and further away from the hook to bait further and further. And then we'll even go into chases and hit someone and then immediately veer off the chase and go back to the hook. It takes longer, but it gives me time to actually go and use overcharge. So actually overcharge has become more important than it was prior to reassurance, because now I'm spending time tapping gens, right? Like, instead of, because people don't always give you a chase, and they'll generally lead you further away, but gens aren't something where they can control where they are. So instead of going to chases, I've just been tapping gens and waiting for saves like that last game. So we haven't had a problem with reassurance. That game, for instance, was a lot longer than normal, but that's mainly because of the way I'm having to play in order to play around reassurance. None of these guys have reassurance, by the way, but one reassurance can literally just wreck everything. So you can't just pretend it doesn't exist. So I don't think we've had a single reassurance used on me, or if it was immediately rescued afterwards. Like, they're just like, this guy's so far away, I'm not sure why I'm reassuring, I'm just gonna have to come back here. So. Otherwise, things are going alright. Good evening, KSA. What do you think, Wesker, though? Wesker isn't really like Nemesis at all, besides the fact he has a tentacle. His character play is a lot different. It's more of like Tracer, I'd say, where you got like hops and then you have to finish with a hit to a wall in order to do damage to survivors. They aren't really the same at all. I'd say he's more in line with like a Nurse. It's not really Blight, but like Blinks with Nurse, for instance. But obviously Nurse can go through walls. And honestly, from what I've seen, he looks not only buggy, but he doesn't honestly look that great. I said he was maybe kind of like a B-tier killer, like maybe on par with Nemesis, but I don't think so now. It could be either they nerfed him to the point where he's not really useful, or, oh fuck, I'm supposed to report people. That was her first tunnel. I think that was Rebecca. She's the one that where she's going across the entire fucking map. She obviously had BT, but BT... You can see right off the bat, guys, if you're curious about, like, speed differences here, when someone gets unhooked and they're running away from you, they always have basic BT, which means they're always running at 110%. So the distance you're closing to people when they're immediately off unhooked for the first 10 seconds will immediately tell you the difference between 110 and 115, which is 5% difference. That's also the same if you play Myers when he's in stage 1, he's a 105. And that distance at which you close will showcase basically the speed difference. But that Mega, I swear, was running faster than me or just as fast as me when she left the kill shack. It was Meg or Rebecca, it's one of the two. That might have been Meg. Both of them I thought were cheating, though. 06 and 07. Speed difference is noticeable, though. You can tell when BT turns off on them. Basic BT turns off. BBT turns off on them. Okay. And... yeah, we haven't had a problem with reassurance yet, but I'm fundamentally changing how I play. I haven't had to put Darkness Revealed on yet, but we might have to do that in the future. We'll see. The one game in which we lost our slug, or we lost our tunnel, the players weren't very good, and the player, that's the Yamako stayed with the Fang, and she just went and hid and didn't do anything. She tried to hide. Didn't do anything the rest of the match. Which is basically the equivalent of her dying, so not really all that different. Otherwise, we haven't really had any problems with people losing their tunnel yet. Sure, it's going to happen, though. Well, again. Right. Games do take longer, though. Playing around reassurance means the games take longer because of the distance from that the chases start at. Ormond. Do we have a tea lobby? Let's find out. It's that time of night. We do have 3 globes in here. Wish I couldn't look at their profiles, so. Stay. Break your cuck doors. Back, yep. Guys. Guy's here somewhere, I don't know where he is. That's a lot of distance. Incredibly fast. Anna, I think's cheating. I think she intentionally did that to get my attention. I'm not sure though. I have basement here. Almost done Jen. That. Phase 2. Should have a rescue here in a second. There it is. Bought us some time. She is very fast, but base could BT. Know her? That should have been 20 seconds. Sporadic scratch marks. That looked like she went upstairs. Erratic scratch marks. Erratic scratch marks. Cream plaid. Like, look at those scratches. They don't even fucking make sense. That's not lightweight, by the way. Lightweight does not look like that. Fuck off, bitch. Skin, I'm pretty sure she's cheating. DS now if she has it. Hey, buddy, want to take a protection hit? No, you're leaving. I'll be like that. Mark it. Heard him leave. Escort. Aim assist fuckery. Just now, if you guys missed that on my screen. Gone. Yeah. Hey, buddy. Dead. Apparently she knew the door wasn't there anymore. Leave. Tap to market. Leave. Check the other gens. There's Leon. Surprise! In 99 to guys. Wow. He's a knower. Buddy. Okay. Most done gens in front of us too. Is here waiting. There he goes. We're gonna pretend we didn't see him when in fact we did. He's gonna commit. Of course he is. Not sure why I didn't take the free hit. Should have. So I got W key. Once again, she fucked up my aim assist. I guess he has DS and he's trying to. I don't know why you'd force it at all, by the way. Doesn't have it. Let's go over here. We don't actually really care that much about that back gen that the guy was on, as much as we care about the 3 gen. Check this first. Yep. Back. He's going for rescue now. I don't have time to stomp that. Bye. It's not a loop, my dude. I don't know why it's taking so long for us to catch up to you, but this is not a loop. This is not looping. That is not looping. That is running around an oval. It's really long, and for some reason it takes me forever to catch you. Oh, print a marker so we hear. Drop it? Good job. W key. If we didn't W key just now, she would have got more distance on me. Even though that wasn't the right call, she should be going for pickup right now, and she's not. Hey, buddy. Once again, well, since the guy's on the ground, we aren't going to worry about it, but once again, with the last slug, we're going to play it a little bit different in order to avoid a 110 into hatch chase. So, now we'll wait. So as you guys can see, we're definitely looser on proxying, but we still proxy to a certain extent. It's what I can get done while waiting for an unhook is basically what it amounts to, and then min-maxing my time between unhooks while multi-tunneling. More complicated, that just means there's going to be less fodder that can actually do it. More fuckboys that can do it. So, takes more skill now. Definitely a pre-made. I wonder if any of them have reassurance. Wait for 4% in deliverance. Hi, Meg. RNG for hatch now. On shack. Is what's up, bird? Hey, buddy. How's it going? Guess he has some shenanigans. Look, he has adrenaline. Surprise. We went out shit if I couldn't find him, by the way. Boop. Time to die, Felix. That's, by the way, why you don't close hatch if you don't know where the slug is. If you can't get eyes on both handles, don't close the hatch. Because if they're smart, they can get out. You know how to prime handles. And you do a small prime between patrol, and then you do a large prime to finish it off. Good, good, good. GG, guys. Gigers. Oh my god. The multi-tunnels, though. What do we got? BTs, OTR, 2 OTRs, 2 BTs. No DSs. I don't know why we aren't seeing more reassurances. You think it'd be pretty... I mean, that being said, I think everyone would be running OTR at high MMR, and they aren't. Let alone DSs. So... I don't know, this is another game with no reassurances in it. Maybe it's because people didn't buy the character, or maybe they don't have points for the character, I don't know. Once again, like BHR is literally just spoon-feeding survivors that just can't fucking do stuff themselves. Nope, they see the nemesis, as you can see here in chat. They can't see my name, and I would show it to you guys, but all you see is block. So if someone is running the anonymity feature, all you'll see is block if you click on their name. And... you can reveal their name. Care, but you can show their name. They can't do that to me, though. All they see is block. But the plus side here is people that have... so far, we've occasionally seen people running the anonymity feature, and if they're running it, we just dodge the lobby. Because I can't see their Steam profile, and I can't see anything about them, so I don't know if it's the same person over and over again. So we're just going to dodge it. Unless it becomes incredibly common, we're just going to dodge anonymity whenever we see it. Because that means either they're a streamer, which I don't care to play against a streamer, or it is someone that's up to nefarious, generally up to nefarious. Maybe they just turned it on for fun, I don't know. But most people don't care if you see their name, and they don't care if you see their Steam profile. The only reason my Steam profile is private is because of this game and because I stream this game. That is the only reason. So people can't figure out information about me. Yeah. Otherwise, I'd have a public profile, and I'd probably... well, I wouldn't have comments on, but I'd have public profile. Friends can still make comments, but I would have a public profile. I don't have a public profile specifically because of this game. If you're just a random nobody, though, I don't think there'd be any problem with you just playing with your normal name and with your Steam profile public. It's just purely streaming that does this shit. But to me, all they can see is the nemesis. So, I still think there's going to be ways cheats are going to get around this, but I feel as though so I'm still gonna have to rotate my username, but it's a good step in the right direction. And I can still reveal their names, so in the lobby, when I hide the lobby, I can still reveal names and I can still look at their profiles, which is very useful, because I need to see that information. One of the things that is missing, however, is the ping. The ping icon is gone now. I don't know why. It looks like it might be a bug, because there's a bug report post open on it, so we'll see. That's information you need, though, to see if you're on the wrong server. But yeah, anyways, kind of weird that they added 10% more, or not 10% more, 10% 110 speed on BT, and also 10 seconds instead of 7, instead of 5. That's pretty absurd, because there's plenty of perks. There are plenty of perks that survivors can use to save themselves if they're going to go against people that tunnel and camp. And if you're a high MMR, I assume you're going to go against people that tunnel and camp a lot. But when they aren't running OTR, and they don't run DS, they don't run BT, and they aren't even running reassurance, what the fuck are you doing, BHVR? This is not your job anymore. You literally are just trying to save people that want to die. That's their job, and if they're so entitled that they feel as though they don't need to run perks that save them, let them literally just hang themselves. That's their job. They like, I run these perks specifically against certain things. These aren't fun perks. The only one here that's possibly fun is STBFL when I get to 8 stacks, you know, hilarious, which almost never happens. All of these have a purpose. I'm running all of these perks because of the way survivors play. This is specifically to counter the way they play. I ran Overcharge before Anniversary Update, too. Anniversary Update just kind of made it, actually, I don't even think it's common for a lot of people now. Just added a little bit of sugar to it. But problem with Anniversary Update is now people know how to hit the skill checks more often, so I don't get the skill checks as often. But now it regresses faster, so I mean, that's a plus. But all these perks I run are specifically for things I play against on survivors. Yeah, it is. That's why at the end there, what we're going to end up doing is if we're going to oscillate our hooks a little bit at the end of the game. If there's 2 people left and like we got a slug crawling around, I'm not going to hook the other slug until the other guy dies, which is what we just did there. Putting aside I couldn't find him. Because they have a potential of actually unhooking themselves, and 110% speed, they can literally get anywhere on the fucking map with 10 seconds of that, especially if you hit them. And that's more than enough time to cover like half the map, and then that's if you don't hit them. So, yeah. It's fucking ridiculous. And then they're running borrowed time on top of it now. So borrowed, once again, I don't understand why borrowed time, so this is becoming more common again because of the patch, but why aren't people running OTR or DS? So they're running borrowed time, but they aren't running OTR or DS. I mean, we have 2 here, but this is relatively uncommon, even right now. It's relatively uncommon. Why is this a thing? I don't know. And I'm at high MMR, we 4K a lot, so it can't be that I'm like low MMR or mid MMR or something like that. This is what high MMR survivors run. No, guys. And once again, these games are just taking longer because we have to be a bit more careful and we have to bait longer for unhooks. So, but that being said, what I'm doing is now involves more finesse and skill compared to hook camping and tunneling. Even before, people think that hook camping and tunneling is just face camping, and that's not the case normally. And now, once again, we're just changing the relationship of how I play around the hooks. Alrighty, guys. We had some decent games, so we did not need to play Doctor at all tonight. I don't even know if Doctor works at high MMR. We're going to try that again, but we're going to wait for things to settle down, because this seems to be working right now. We're going to save up our points once again, and then we'll start dumping them, because I don't know if they're going to change the Blood Web again. They reduced the cost of nodes now, but it's still more expensive to get add-ons than it was prior to the patch. It still is more expensive. Third. Only level 10, too. On my little Nemi-chan. You have to get to 100 on all the fucking killers that you want to play in order to get good blood webs. That's pretty insane. But, I don't know. We'll see, guys. Anyways, I'm out of here for tonight, guys. If you're new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed the proxy camping, the multi-tunneling, make sure you follow button in the top right-hand corner. And getting mixed players, I disagree. I mean, that wouldn't change anything. If there's a lot of people playing, it'd be more likely that I would get, especially with the... Well, actually, that means there's less survivors playing. It'd be more likely for me to get good players if there's a lot of people playing. Less people playing, the more sporadic your MMR will be compared to more people playing. More people playing, the better, because it has the distribution is going to be more fleshed out like this. So you have, like, let's say low MMR here, and this is your normal MMR in the middle, some mid MMR, and then high MMRs here on the side. These side distributions are going to have less people playing in them, so you want to have more people to flush out the distribution. Means there's going to be more people at the high and the extremes, the high and low end, so you'll be able to run into people with the proper MMR more often. So, and obviously, I'm not saying you're waiting. The queues are faster today than they were yesterday, prior to the patch. So, that's doing something in and of itself. Less players means you're going to have more sporadic MMR, though. But anyways, guys, I'm out here for this evening. I guess if you don't know what a distribution looks like, let me show you real quick here. If you guys are curious, a distribution mainly, if you can imagine the skill level, it is where the population falls within a certain, it doesn't need to be skill level, within a certain metric. Distribution. Is it a Gaussian distribution? There we go. Statistics. This right here, I mean, they can look all different sorts like this here. It can look all different sorts of ways. It depends on where your distribution falls, like how skilled they are at the top end compared to the low end. This is a standard distribution, though. It's not quite the same. Mainly because a bell curve formula for it. But let's say the majority, so this is a population here. And as this goes up on the y-axis here, as it goes up on the y, this is more people. This means there's more people in this distribution. So at the middle of the MMR here, let's pretend this is based on MMR. At the middle here, this is a big distribution. That means the majority of players fall in about the center area of distribution for MMR. On the high ends here, you have all your ultra high skilled players. At the low ends here, you have all your shitty players, your ultra shit players, right? And this shows you how many people fall within this distribution, how far they are going to be away from, I mean, once again, it can look a bunch of different ways here. How far away they fall from the center, from basically normal players. So this is based on population. So if you have less people playing, this means at the tail ends here, there's going to be less people in here. I'd actually have to show you with some numbers, but like if you're looking right here, this means if you have like ultra high MMR going on here, it's going to be less likely for people to find a game within a certain amount of time if there's less people overall playing, because most people are going to fall within the standard area of distribution. So the smaller your region is, the worse your tail ends, your outliers are going to be on the far ends here, the worse it's going to be for these players. And these are really low skill players and really high skill players. So in this case here, you're going to have like mid MMR players playing with high end players, and they're going to get shit on really easily. Or in this case, you're going to have low MMR players playing with normal MMR, and they're going to get shit on easily, right? So the less people you have playing, the worse this distribution looks. There's kind of a weird misnomer thing going around the community right now where if you have more people playing, it's going to be worse, and that's not the case at all. There is definitely a time limit, so if you're in a role that has no one playing, like with Survivor or Killer, at which, you're just going to be matched with whoever's fuck's on. But once again, the more people are playing, the better your distribution is going to look. So there's people that perpetuate that kind of don't understand stats. Not saying that's you, by the way, but I've heard that from other streamers before, and they just don't know what they're talking about when it comes to statistics and bell curves and stuff like that. Normal distribution bell curve. Yeah, you could use this as like a block. So it's drawn a line over it, but you could use this blocks in terms of like MMR tiers and the amount of people that fall inside of here. So like 1, 2, 4, 6, 9, 10, right? 10 people. Then the opposite side here in terms of MMR, it goes down until you get to the tail ends here, which has almost no one playing in it because they're the extreme ends of skill or MMR. Sounds complicated, but it's actually really easy to understand once you know what you're looking at. But alright, guys. I'm out here for this evening. Yeah, and it might just be one of those things where more people are getting reassurance. We actually saw reassurance in a couple different games. That one didn't have reassurance in a couple different games. However, it didn't do anything against me today. So we'll see how it goes as things get flushed out and starting games kind of look this way. But we'll see once again. I'm out here for this evening, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always. And I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. Have a good day, guys.